Apache helicopter gunships fired onto cars driving towards Gaza, aware that some of them were carrying captives.
אני באוויר, באחת הגיחות נאמר כבר שיש חטופים.
ואז מה עושים? איך מבצעים ירי על מי שחוזר לכיוון הגבול?
זו שאלה טובה, וזו דילמה סופר מורכבת.
אני רוצה להיכנס לעוד אחד ישירות. כל ההחלטה עכשיו היא עליך.
נכון.
אין עם מי לדבר.
כן, אין עם מי לדבר.
Without guidance, some pilots said they joined local WhatsApp groups to help pick targets.
The idea that pilots have to get information from WhatsApp groups is truly remarkable. It's a sign of the initiative that people are looking for any way that they can get the information. This is an outrage. I mean, what kind of a way is that to fight a modern war?
At least 70 vehicles were hit by attack helicopters.
To me, it's inexcusable for a helicopter or any weapon system to be engaging any target if you don't know what that target is. Now, my concern is, with this footage, we cannot tell whether they're Hamas gunmen or civilians or possibly hostages. And I don't believe the helicopter pilot or the machine gun operator would be able to tell either.
These big rounds have a certain area effect and obviously come at a certain rate that if you shoot at a group of people, you're most likely going to kill everyone. You are knowingly putting your own civilians at risk.
The I unit compiled a detailed list of those killed on October 7. It found that 27 captives died somewhere between their homes and the Gaza fence. The circumstances of those deaths have not been explained. 12 more civilian deaths took place in Be'eri kibbutz after an attack by police and army forces on a house there containing captives. Israel's Channel 12 spoke to survivors.
והם הביאו פתאום טנק, אני אומרת לאחד החיילים, תגיד, אבל אם אתם יורים פגזים זה לא יפגע בבני הערובה? אז הוא אומר לי, לא, אנחנו רק עושים את זה בצדדים, להוריד קירות.
הם נהרגו מרסיסים, הם לא נהרגו כי רצחו אותם, הם נהרגו מהירי. היה שם ירי מטורף על הבית, מטורף. טנק הגיע וירה בפגזים. אז זה היה. אם זה קרה, זה היה, אם הם מתו כל הבני הערובה, זה רק מהירי.
The investigative unit asked the Israeli army to comment on its actions on October 7. They did not reply.
It's the homeless left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Costa JARDULA. Episode 139, The Genocide Continues. With special guest Garland Nixon, Tim Rivers, and a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Welcome. We're back. Welcome to the Homeless Left. Welcome everyone, wherever you're from. If you're new, if you're a regular, we appreciate you being here with us today on this very strange day. It's October the 7th, 2 years since the genocide began, but several more years since the illegal occupation has started. So the last 2 years have been significant for us and for people in our independent media circles because we have learned a lot more about our history and gotten more context around our place in the world and our military presence. Not just that, but our relationship with Israel and the wars that we fight, the foreign policy that we push, the influence that has been in our entire government and media and all sorts of institutions all over our country, which we're waking up to. So that's been kind of the silver lining, but we are recognizing this day as a day to never forget. But there's more to the reasons than you'll see if you turn on CNN right now. And that's why we do this here in this space, independent media, totally on our own. We don't have contracts, right? We don't have advertisers. We don't cut to commercials for Pfizer. We don't take $7,000 payouts from Netanyahu per tweet. We do our own thing. And the only things that we will align with as far as sponsors or, other groups to make us feel like we can grow and build and be stronger are institutions and outlets that we feel are beneficial to the world, and health products and things like that we will be always open arms to align with and associate with. But no, we're not going to take pecking orders from the CIA or Mossad or pharma, for that matter. So that's what we're doing here, guys, and that's how media should work. That's what media should be about. That's the fourth pillar of government. We know the three branches of government. This is the fourth pillar, the one that keeps the table from not tipping over. And that's why we do this in this space. So yes, a lot to get in today, guys. We got co-host Craig Pasta coming in a little bit. We were going to be talking with GARLAND NIXON. You guys know we go on his show a lot. We always have great discussions, but today, more than ever, we're going to be getting into the genocide topic, but all of that, the starvation, the occupation, the Greater Israel Project, the censorship, the capture of our media, the capture of our social media outlets, and the propaganda machine that is nonstop, which we fight every day. We're also going to take today, we have an interview with a J6 activist and author, Tim Rivers. We're going to be talking to him a little later in the show as well. And we open this space up for anybody that feels detached from the two-party system or the tribe that they've been aligned with, or you felt this loyalty that you needed to give this tribe your whole lives, and you've kind of had enough of it. You're frankly at the end of your rope with it, because you're not allowed to ask questions. You're not allowed to have critique. You're told to shut up and get in line. You're told to be mad at your neighbor. You're told to uninvite people to Thanksgiving and Christmas. And you've had enough of it. And that's why you're here. We happen to be homeless from the left. You might be homeless from somewhere else. And you know what? That's fine. We are open to anyone, because we're not a tribe. We're a community. There's a difference. A tribe has check boxes. You have boxes you need to check to get in the room. We don't have those at all. You can come from any position you want, just as long as you know you're in a space where the only thing we ask of you is to take off those tribal goggles and start using those critical thinking skills again. That's the only criteria. That's the only box you got to check to get into our space here at the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. So let's get into the show. But first, I'll just throw this up. This is from Caitlin Johnstone. Because of today, we have to start with this. We have to start with never forget October 7th, 2023, that fateful day when Israelis were brutally massacred by Israeli tanks and Israeli helicopters and Israeli drones and Israeli soldiers and Israeli bullets, and also by Hamas a bit. Thank you for that, Caitlin Johnstone. That pretty much thumbs it up. Okay, let's get into our first story today. As you guys know, actually, before that, just a reminder of where you can engage with us, because we will be talking to you guys later in the show. We do a segment called Talking Back. That's where we engage with you guys live with your comments. You guys can go ahead and throw stuff up on our normal channel. That's our Homeless Left on Rumble. We've been here the whole way. They haven't pulled the plug on us at all. Our brand new YouTube channel, THL Presents. The last one got the plug pulled. Unfortunately, they said our conversations were way too dangerous, way too, not good for the community. We want to keep the community safe from our conversations. So that's why they pulled the plug on that one. This one exists, however. We do have super chats in play. And on Rumble, we do have the Rumble rants in play. And that means your comments will go to the front of the line. So we welcome you guys on any of those platforms. Plus on X, we are on the Homeless Left on X and my own Matt Weinglass on X as well. And if you happen to be in the LA area and you happen to be friends with me on Facebook, you will see this feed going through your Facebook feed as well. Go ahead and click on it. Watch it for a little bit. See what you guys think, especially if you're in the LA area. You guys have had the least access to this information. The least. I know this because we live here. I live here. And I'm telling you, you guys have had the least access to the stuff we're going to get in today. So if you would all even a little bit curious, maybe today's the day. Maybe today's the day you kind of go, Maybe I'll check it out for a few minutes. We'll go for it, and you can even throw a comment up, and we'll get those. We get all the comments from all the platforms on here. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and start our Tuesday show off. We like to start our Tuesday show off with a real fake news update. Let's go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Today, we're going to look at how the mainstream media has been covering Greta Thunberg and the flotilla. We've been covering this flotilla. We showed you guys the 147 vessels that were captured. They were hijacked by Israel, by the IDF, and everybody was taken captive. They started leaving people, letting people go little by little. Greta was obviously the most notable person on the flotilla, but there's other activists. By the way, there's other journalists. They come from 46 countries, actually, that were supporting the flotilla. We got the workers striking right now in Spain and Italy because Israel violated an international law. You cannot intercept these flotillas. They are in international water. They're bringing aid. They're non-combative. They're bringing aid to people starving to death, not just randomly starving. Bad famine. No, we are actively starving them to death. So, little conflict of interest, I guess you would say. And that's why Israel had to do what they had to do. Well, the people on the street, we've covered this on the show. They are sticking it to Israel right now, particularly the dock workers who have striked, and they have the power to strike supply chain, because that's what the dock workers in Italy and Spain, they can stop the supply chain to Israel, which they have done. But let's look at how the mainstream has been covering this. I'm going to start with Fox News because they thought it would be funny to laugh about this situation. And by the way, I will spoiler alert, Greta has been released, and we're going to get to that soon. But let's look at how they have been covering this throughout the capture, and what they think about telling their audience what's happening with their spin. Here we go.
Thunberg's trip to Gaza hasn't been smooth sailing. She's in the Mediterranean Sea tonight, and during her voyage, her pro-Palestinian flotilla was allegedly hijacked by the music of ABBA. The anti-Israel fleet of more than 50 ships claim they have been psychologically attacked after their radios and communication systems were hacked and ABBA's music was blasted on repeat. Okay. She also said that the drones released something that had a chemical smell to it. I just want to say these are unverified reports that her flotilla has been attacked by drones. But let me take it out to the table. What do you guys make of this?
I love this story. Come on, just keep bombarding them with Dancing Queen. I think this is awesome. What are they doing in this part of the world? Like, what's their point?
What is their point? You can't even report on what they're doing. Anybody who's watching this garbage, ask yourself, is this what news looks like? Is this what journalism looks like? Saying to your audience, I don't know what they're doing. What are they up to? Well, you don't have to agree with it, but you can be a little more honest and say why they're there: to bring aid to starving people who we are actively starving. Taxpayer money, by the way, which I know Fox audience really definitely cares about where their tax money is going to, except if it's going to murder people. They just don't want it going to people on food stamps. That's their main thing. Okay. Keep laughing though. That's great journalism, guys.
Other than, I don't know, you're going to have to listen to ABBA. I think it's great. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, this reminds me of when they used to blast Britney Spears to ward off Somali pirates. That was a tactic. I personally love Britney Spears, so I don't know if that would be a deterrent for someone like me, but for them, apparently, it was. This girl is so ridiculous. I think my favorite thing is when President Trump comments on her, and he says things like, wow, she's kind of miserable, and she needs to go to a movie or do something fun. And when I'm listening to her speak, I'm thinking that exact thing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because you guys don't have any sense of what's actually going on in the world right now, and the hundreds of thousands of people being starved to death. and who haven't already been murdered, by the way, murdered by weapons that we are funding and we're writing blank checks for. Yeah, no comment on that part of it. Okay, so let's look at what really is going on here. So let's start with the torture part of it. And this has been confirmed that while in captivity by Progressive International, flotilla participants report that Greta Thunberg was dragged by her hair, beaten, and forced to kiss the Israeli flag as a warning to others. This news comes amid reports of other disturbing incidents of violent humiliation of flotilla members. Now, of course, Israel denies this right away. They say they're just making this up, of course. However, and this is according to the Cradle, so minutes after the Israeli Foreign Ministry denied the allegations that she was mistreated, the National Security Minister says, I am proud that the flotilla activists are being treated as terrorists. This is my policy. I'm proud of the prison staff acting in accordance with the policy set by Commissioner Kobi Yacobi and myself. I was on their ships. I saw neither aid nor humanity. Okay, now that's also those are lies. We'll get to that soon. Of course, there was aid on the ships. Anybody reporting otherwise is just falling for very simple, not even with no effort, propaganda that's so sloppy because they told you you're going to believe it. Got it. That which makes no sense, by the way. Which makes no sense. The bottom, anyone who supports terrorism is a terrorist and deserves the same conditions applied to terrorists. So they're saying the quiet part out loud after the denial. Of course. All right. Well, let's hear Greta herself. This is speaking to a crowd in Athens just after her release. Here we go.
Genocide going on in front of our very eyes, and live streamed genocide on all of our phones. No one has the privilege to say we are not aware of what's happening. No one in the future will be able to say we did not know.
And I could talk for a very, very long time about our mistreatment and abuses in our imprisonment, trust me, but that is not the story. What happened here was that Israel, while continuing to worsen and escalate their genocide and mass destruction with genocidal intent, attempting to erase an entire population, an entire nation in front of our very eyes, they once again violated international law by preventing humanitarian aid from getting into Gaza while people are being starved. We need an end to the siege. We need an end to the occupation and the oppression. And I also... No, not heroes. No, we are doing the bare minimum. And this is a last resort. That this mission has to exist, it's a shame. It is a shame.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to say this. She's gotten much better at speaking since the first time. This isn't the first time she's been captured. There's been several flotillas. She was on I believe the first one a few months back. There was a second one she did not go on. We saw activist Christian Smalls. He was captured the second time. He was beaten and tortured. So there is a timeline of this, and the more time that goes on, you can see her getting better at how she speaks about her experience. Although she is probably one of the most humble people you can imagine, that she's saying, no, we're not doing it. We're not heroes here. And the story's not about us. So when she was released, here's how that worked out. So this is the 171 activists that were deported from Israel to Greece and Slovakia, including Greta Thunberg, who was assaulted, forced to kiss the Israeli flag, denied food, water, and sleep. So she doesn't talk about that part. She talks about the greater part of this, which is not really about her. But this is reported by all of the people with her. And there's journalists that are with her. These are not just people looking. These aren't just like influencers looking for clicks. These are actual journalists and some political representatives, some state representatives from 46 countries. And they all corroborate the story that it was a filthy insect-infested cell. This is exactly the way they treat Palestinians because what do they say? They're being treated like terrorists. That's what's happening. And this was actually released by Israel's MFA before the deportation. So this is her being released. You saw her speech there. Here's some reactions. By the way, I said there were some other activists, other people who actually have not been released yet, like Yvonne Ridley and Nelson Mandela's grandson are still in captivity, by the way. So we don't have record on that, but you're not going to get any of that reported on mainstream. Friend of the show, Revolutionary Blackout, Nick Cruz says Greta could have easily just coasted and lived an amazing lifestyle, feeding liberals useless platitudes, but this is what she chose instead. This deserves massive respect. People need to admit they were wrong about Greta. And another friend of the show, Wyatt Reed, he says it's been 3 days since Israel dragged Greta Thunberg by her hair into bedbug-infested cell and photographed against her will in an Israeli flag. And not one of these politicians has made a peep. And this is, again, this is who she used to be. She was elevated by the mainstream. And these are the people that were around her, Obama, Trudeau. They're not going to say a word about this right now. They have nothing to say. And we know why. We know why. Okay, so look, Trump decided to get in on the mix. So let's see. And none of these reporters none of these reporters standing next to Trump are going to have anything of any moral compass of, hey, Trump, you're missing the story. They're just going to let him say whatever the hell he wants. When they ask about Greta, watch his reaction.
A follow-up question on Israel. Israel government has been arresting and reporting activists that were traveling to Gaza. Today, Greta Thunberg, for instance, also some...
Well, she's just a troublemaker, you know. I mean, she's no longer into the environment now. She's into this. She's a troublemaker. She has an anger management problem. I think she should see a doctor. She needs anger. If you ever watch her, she's a young person. She's so angry. She's so crazy. Now you can have her. You can have. She's just a troublemaker.
Yeah, she's a troublemaker going into the getting hijacked and taken hostage, treated like, as they told us, treated like they treat Palestinian prisoners without due process, throw them in a cell, whatever they do, torturing, humiliation, ritual stuff. Yeah, she's just got anger management problems. Nobody's standing there. You guys saw them standing there. Look at these fools. Look at these fools. They're nervous to be in the room. They don't want Trump to pick on them. Oh, don't pick on me. Oh. And that's the press room now. That's what the press room looks like now. A bunch of scared, just fearful, small careerists that have nothing to say when Trump makes a comment like this with no regard to what's actually going on. This is not about Greta, and she said it herself. This isn't about her. Okay, so now, of course, I don't know how Greta had a chance to tweet this out or somebody wrote it for her, but this was pretty cool. She said, I heard Donald Trump once again has expressed his very flattering opinions on my character, and I appreciate his concerns for my mental health. To Trump, I would kindly receive any recommendations you might have to deal with these so-called anger management problems. Says, judging by your impressive track record, you seem to be suffering from them too. A pretty witty response. But the bottom line is, guys, the mainstream's not going to give you anything about this. And the few headlines you see that are telling you Greta's been released, she's come back, Israel released her. Always watch for the language. How are they talking about it? They're not talking about Israel committing international crimes. They're not talking about that part. They're not using verbiage like kidnapped and held hostage and tortured. They're not. They're saying released, and a crowd welcomed her back in Athens. Oh, job well done. The job's not even over. The job, what she did was get more people to pay attention to what's going on and watch more of the psyop and the propaganda coming from Israel, where they lie in English and then they tell the truth in Hebrew. They do this every single time. And if you guys heard anything about this aid that wasn't on the boats, again, I will double down and assure you that is, again, Israeli propaganda. They tell you we inspected and there's no aid. That makes no sense. They've stolen aid before. They steal aid all the time. Why would they show pictures of the flotilla vessels with the 8 on them. Why not take the 8 off, steal it, which they do. That's what they steal the 8. Then tell us, oh, look, they're empty. So don't fall for that shit either. Don't fall for when they're laughing and making fun of this girl. She used to be a mouthpiece of the establishment. And like Wyatt Reed said earlier, that establishment is dead silent right now. So that's something to take a look at. And that's been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, we're moving on, guys. Thanks for joining us. If you're late, you can go back and watch the replay later. Stick with us. We're actually just getting started. We got more show coming with you right now. And I'm happy to bring in our co-host for the afternoon. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta JARDULA.
What's going on, buddy? It's good to see you today. I already did a morning show, and this is my second show today. Feeling better, and just excited to get back out there. My only comment on the last pieces is that I still believe that at the end of the day, Greta could be part of a bigger psyop, trying to win people over. But at the, also giving my props up, she got her ass over there and went there. So I think there's more positive and negative when it comes to Greta in this situation. But I'm very, very cautious. But I think you did a great job of explaining what's going on. I was surprised, Matt, that they didn't take all the 8 off the boat and plant some guns in there to say, look what they're doing. But who knows? Maybe that's coming next.
Actually, since we're on it, do you want to see what somebody decided to do, and it got a lot of traction before before the community notes came up on it? This is absolutely disgusting. Wait till you see this, man. I'm gonna pull this one up. Hold on a second. This is yes, this is what one of these Israeli influencers decided to put out there, and everybody is citing her false claims about what was really on the boat. Here you go. Watch this.
Hi, everyone. It is Lizzie Savetsky. I'm reporting to you live from Greta's flotilla, where 44 boats were intercepted yesterday, allegedly bringing aid to Gaza. Let's go inside. I'll give you a tour.
What was her name?
Margarita machine and some empty bottles. Let's go down.
I don't have her name, but watch.
She said Savetsky.
Oh, yeah. So Max did a pause on this and noticed that at the margarita area, that it had Hebrew on the label. He did a close-up of it, which is pretty funny, right? Yeah, that makes a lot of right on the mixer next to it. There was they did, it was a close-up on this. I can't do it from here, but that Hebrew on the label. But it gets worse.
Bottles.
It gets worse.
Let's go down. See, I don't see any aid. Where's the aid? I see a bed. I see some of the same things that I saw in the encampments on the college campuses. No aid. It's so weird. All I see is some condom wrappers, drug paraphernalia, needles. No aid. We've given the pro-Hamas flotilla an Israeli makeover. Am Yisrael Chai. Guys, I'm just kidding. Or am I?
So she had to go and not apologize, but say, hey, this was a parody. But the problem is this made the circle so bad that people are you can go on Twitter, you can see this. They're citing her numbers. Or her list. They're citing her list of condom wrappers. I'm seeing it said over and over again. And this is from her, from this stupid influencer who's saying condom wrappers, drug paraphernalia. I mean, it's out of control, man. And this is the type of stuff that Israelis love to Zionists love to run with this stuff because they don't have to be right. They just have to win. How do you win? You just say something over and over, right? Like 40 beheaded babies or,
it's confirmation bias, right? It's giving them what they want. And it's a lot of people be like, please, those flotillas were just a bunch of people not being serious, having fun. They found condom wrappers and drug paraphernalia there. There was no aid. They wanted to get captured. This is what they wanted to. They're not serious about helping them out. Get out of there with those flotillas. That's what they're going to say. That's what they're going to repeat and move on. It's confirmation bias. That's all she gave them.
Yeah. Well,
parody my ass. That's a way of saving your bullshit.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, it makes us have to do. I mean, we have to be really vigilant in our work because we know there's so many fake outs out there, right? There's so many fake outs putting fake information out. We have to double check, triple check, get our stuff right. And when stuff goes down, like, and we had that debate. I remember you guys watching, you remember we had the debate, you and Fee kind of versus me on the Charlie Kirk situation, but we want to stay open. And I'm happy to hear that you and I seem to be a little more aligned on the Greta stuff as far as being open, optimistically skeptical, or whatever the term is, where we have to be cautious. Oh yeah, cautiously optimistic. That's the term. So we see something happening, keep your eyes open, but let's not be too quick, to dismiss something. And so moving into the next area, and we know that there's a lot of influencers right now being attacked, being a lot of camps happening right now, this side versus that side. We see people disappearing, saying, oh, we just don't want to do any work right now. We kind of want to take a step back. People like Russell Brand, there's some others as well. Conor McGregor, Lex Friedman. These are people that have taken a step back. But before we get to that, I want to just update on a couple of people that I've said, and I know you've talked with James Lee before, and he's been very, I think, pretty on point with the Charlie Kirk story. And so I'm going to play a little thing. I want your response to this, Craig. This is James Lee's kind of breakdown of Candace Owen and her consistent, you might have different take on this, but her consistent reporting on and investigating on Charlie Kirk. So here's James Lee presenting the newest information we have of a text chain that Charlie Kirk was part of 48 hours before the assassination.
Screenshots, not source material. Not everybody's listed in there. Could be tampered with, just like the letter. So go ahead, though.
Well, I'm going to get to why it's different than the letter in a moment. Let's hear James Lee's take.
Got it.
Breakdown. Okay.
Now have actual proof that Charlie Kirk was indeed abandoning the pro-Israel cause right before he was assassinated. Charlie just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year, because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking about inviting Candace. Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. These texts were sent 48 hours before he died. Like, we all thought this was very weird. We just didn't have the proof. I mean, a mural of Charlie Kirk painted in one day in Tel Aviv? Come on. Also, is it not kind of weird that Erica Kirk and the rest of Turning Point USA has all moved on from this? Okay, Candace Owens is the only person, somehow the only person, who still cares about trying to find out the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. Not his wife, not his company, Candace Owens. Kudos to her.
And for clarification, the $2 million billionaire Zionist that pulled the deal, that was Robert J. Shillman, as Max Blumenthal. He collaborates this report that he had reported on this first. Actually, this is the guy who pulled the $2 million. And he says, I revealed the screenshots of deleted tweets by Sean McGuire naming Bill Ackman and Josh Hammer as members of the private chats as well with Kirk. So there's others that have not been named yet. Candace says she has all the names. She's going to be releasing a little at a time. That's her approach to this. And then we see this response from people like Laura Loomer, and Alex Jones is doing the same thing. They're now going to double down on China. Yeah. Which is another distraction. And I like this, the guy at the top, Julian Zerum, says, I'm now 100% sure it was Israel. After Laura Loomer tweets out, I just spoke with Congressman Anna Polina, and she tells me that she has received evidence, blah, 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 China, blah, 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 under investigation. Okay, great. So they're freaking out on that side. But back to this start, you mentioned, and I'm going to pass you in a sec here, Craig, but I'm just going to put this up so you know that this was released. This was admitted by Turning Points themselves that that they are acknowledging that this text chain actually exists, unlike the FBI telling us a text chain between Tyler Robinson and his lover, I love you, lover friend. Here is Turning Points admitting that this checks out.
Address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it because I actually am really excited that the truth is out there.
You're excited that the truth and you've been exposed is out there. So now you have to admit it. And now you have to do some maneuvering. So there you go, Craig. It's all there. So if you want to still compare this to the Kash Patel telling us a text chain exists with no timestamps, no nothing, nobody validating that in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, go ahead. But I see these as two different things completely.
Yeah. And, once again, like I think a lot of people are saying, well, why don't you release the names, releasing them slowly? That's kind of interesting. It does seem like it could be something that could be tampered with. It seems like something that could be true. It still doesn't give you the smoking gun that you're looking for. I think that the way I've evolved when this whole kind of conversation, has been taking place and going on is that question is who's zooming who, right? Like if Israel makes a move, do they make it, independently of the Western elites? You know what I'm saying? Or whoever's in top of the ruling class of I shouldn't say the term elites, the ruling class, right? Are they one and the same? Aren't they the same mechanism or are they different? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you look at this at the end of the day, for me, when you're looking at motive, I still look at the ruling class of the West as the one who gained the most from this situation. And that even leads to what Donald Trump said the other day at Quantico, his moves to send the National Guard to Chicago. It's still a war within, is what he's been saying. And this really fueled the fire for that world within. Everybody almost immediately in the mainstream media made this about, this is a war of ideology. This is us versus them. So it does feed that particular beast. I just don't know at the end of the day if this was made independently, but to say it's just Israel and Israel alone, I think that is just false.
Who says it's Israel and Israel alone?
What's that?
Who says?
Candace Owens, for one. Candace Owens, for one, has been saying it's. They have not made any clarification that it's the West tied to this whatsoever. Zero. None. They started with this is Israel. Hold on. They have started with this is Israel, and they've worked their way backwards.
It's a weird place to start when you're given evidence, and I brought on a lot of evidence with you and Fee, and you guys did not have any response to the actual
evidence of motive, right? Motive.
This is all considered evidence. There's all by the way, there's all types of evidence. There's circumstantial evidence. There's evidence that would not be let into a court. There's evidence is what you gather to make your case. Yes. So we're dealing with a word definition problem here because some people think that evidence means proof now. It doesn't. That's why there's a word for proof. It's called proof.
It's evidence proving motive.
Okay. So when I bring that to the table and you guys are not responding to the thing and you're responding to the people behind the thing, we're not actually doing real investigation here. We're not doing the work. The work is looking at the thing. And just now, what you're telling me is that your red flag is that nobody is specifying that it's not just Israel. I haven't heard anybody say they've ruled out the U.S. involvement in this. Nobody's saying that. They're saying that there's red flags pointing to Israel, and they're putting proof on the table about, or evidence, or whatever you want to call it, on the table about it. It demands a response. We know that Kash Patel's ignoring it. We know the mainstream media is ignoring it. We know the woke left is ignoring it. We know the diehard MAGAs who don't acknowledge Israel as Israel first policy. They're ignoring it. So we got everybody ignoring it. Why are we in our space beating up on the people that are putting it on the table and saying, well, you didn't word it right? Why are we doing that?
I think you're kind of like you're making a straw man argument. I never said it wasn't worded right. I said there was never a clear distinction between, all right, this is Israel working with Western elites. They've never brought that to the table. What I've said is that a lot of those people have said it's been Israel straight up, that Israel has made the move, that it's almost, in my personal opinion, that they've implied that it was an independent move made by Israel because they're the ones at the top of the pecking order and they can get away with what they want to. That's what I've said. I have never seen an indication that's saying that, well, the West had something to do with this. It's been Israel, Israel, Israel. Even the quote you showed, it's the guy going, I now 100% think it's Israel. So you're proving my point over here. When you say these things, it's not worded wrong. It's just that they haven't expressed the fact that it could have been a joint venture together working on this.
Again, we're missing there's a process of investigation that we're missing here.
Yeah, but they started with it's Israel, and now they're working their way backwards.
Why are
all they've produced and all you've produced is motive?
I've produced so much timestamps. You guys have not even
motive.
Responded. We talked about Netanyahu.
Have you
being
produced an order? Have you produced a signal? Okay. Have you produced anything that shows that it was an order given?
We have a chronological timestamps of Netanyahu being the very first person to announce Charlie Kirk's death.
Motive.
The Jerusalem.
You're proving motive.
So motive is motive is we would do better. We would be better off if Charlie Kirk was out of the way. That's motive. But if I can give you a
smoking gun motive, that's a different type of motive.
That is a motive.
Yeah.
What I'm telling you is, and this is just an example, but when we had the debate with Fee, we had there was an hour and a half, at least, maybe closer to 2. I know we had the other topics as well, but however long we were talking, I brought a lot of stuff to the table that was never responded to. The only thing that was responded to was the type of people that do this and the problems with people who are dismissing Charlie Kirk's past.
Never said anything about
it was an emotional.
Never said anything about it. I've talked about the way they immediately blamed Israel and now working their way backward, and never even applied that the West could be involved with this. Even the tweet you showed said the guy going, I 100% believe it's Israel, not Israel in the West, Israel. So, yeah, I mean, and once again, motive.
Okay. So what besides going after the people that you're not trusting that are reporting this too quickly for you? What work have you done and Fee have done to give us anything that I can then challenge? Because I didn't see anything. You guys didn't bring anything to the table. I brought the stuff to the table, and then you guys didn't respond to it. You just said that the people weren't to be trusted.
No, we didn't say the people weren't to be trusted. No. We said, and clearly, and you have to listen so you can pick this up and you're not twisting things. We are saying that you and many other people who are producing this evidence of being Israel are downplaying the possibility of what the West should be responsible for if they, in fact, were involved. That's what we've said. Now, I would make the argument that where I've come to fruition, and listen, 9/11, and I was just on the Jubilee show, right? 9/11, I wasn't there right away that it was an inside job. I believe 100% it was Al-Qaeda, and it was people who were mad at us, and Osama bin Laden had a reason to do that the way we portrayed him and portrayed those people over there, right? As evidence came out, more and more information came out, I changed my opinions. And I still leave that open to that, and so does Fee. If you come across and you provide actual evidence of it, not just motive, right, then that might change our opinions. But when I look at this right now and I say, who stands to gain the most? And I say it's the West. I say it's the United States. And Donald Trump is following up with what happened with Charlie Kirk, because almost immediately it became a war within, a war of ideology. It was about divide and conquer from what I saw. When I see what's going on with Israel, even though I see Charlie making a slight move, it's still moderate. She brought the letter. Isn't that proof? You know what I'm saying? She put that letter out there. Now you can do what you can feel how you want to feel about the letter. And that can be manipulated, it seems, as well. You know what I'm saying? Like that. But everything I've witnessed from Charlie Kirk, even the Patrick Bet-David interview, he was a pro-Zionist human being that was moderately stepping out. So once again, if I get information, if I get actual proof, then I might change my opinion. But right now, like I said, to me, I'm starting to think and I'm starting to question is, what degrees of separation are there from the West and Israel themselves? Are they one and the same? Is it more of a global entity now? You know what I'm saying? Or do they work independently? It's like I asked Steve this morning, if the United States bombs Somalia, do they have to get permission from Israel to do it, or did Israel push to do that? Or is that an independent action by the West doing what they normally do, expanding their empire? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, so I don't know necessarily. But like I said, the most to gain for me when I look at that, and I saw the mainstream media, because we definitely do agree on one thing, that the number one enemy of the people is the mainstream media. Like, you know, you explain that plain and simple with the whole Greta Thunberg situation with Donald Trump and that media inside there. That's not media, it's propagandist. You know what I'm saying? They are the number one enemy of the people. But I saw them go in like an email was sent out, divide and conquer, divide and conquer. Let's use Charlie's death to divide and conquer more. That's what I saw. Can I grab a tissue real quick? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. So
I'm listening.
No, I hear you. This is clearly an ongoing debate that we need to continue doing. I'll just say this, and for those that saw the debate between it was kind of a 2-on-1 between me and versus Pasta and Fee, and you guys can go back and check that on previous live we have here and on Truthwire, of course.
Matt, bring me in. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, you also have to admit, like, you know, Candace Owens is also been like so like part of this whole anti-Israel group, right? And so much is the fact that where I have problems with like people like Myron Gaines, Dan Blazarian, Leonardo Johnny. I love these people, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, I know Leonardo. I don't know the other ones. And Leonardo's amazing. But I disagree with them. And, you know, and I've fought with Mike Rechtenwall online before to say, please use the term Zionist. Don't use the term Jewish. I mean, they're even repeating what I believe is a lie about the Bolshevik Revolution. And they're running with it. And they make almost everything about Jews killing Christians. So there's a lot of evidence to also back about the fact that they want to make it Israel no matter what, because they've been so anti-Israel in this whole situation. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you can almost argue that that's a motive for them. Now, James Lee, that man stands alone. That man is very balanced.
He doesn't stand alone. You're just not. Yeah. He doesn't stand alone. I played that clip so you would understand that there was way more to this story than the people you and Fee were mentioning. There's James Lee. There's Max Blumenthal. I know that that there was an
James Lee was reporting off of something that was released by Candace Owens. So don't twist it. That came from Candace Owens.
Max had gotten information before Candace on some of the elements of this story. Max got it first. And by the way, that 150 million, which I know everybody jumped to go down the gray zone's throat on that one. They never reported 150 million. That was reported secondary by guys like Nick Fuentes, who weirdly just threw that number in there and then kind of confused people to make them think that the gray zone reported that number. They never did. You can go back and check the timestamp on it. He never reported 150. But the main thing is follow the money. Look at the money that was being pulled. Look at the threats of the money being pulled from Turning Point, from multiple sources.
Threats. Threats.
Because Charlie wanted to have Tucker on the stage. He understood that there was a conversation that needed to be had that hadn't been had at that point. And there's a timeline there. And like, I don't understand if we're going to go back in time and just keep throwing out tweets and clips of Charlie pre-summer 2025 or early summer, June, May, whatever. And we're going to look at that and say, oh, that doesn't look like somebody who was about to, cut ties. Well, of course not, because you're going back to May and June. It doesn't make sense. Why not go into August? Why not look at all the stuff that we brought to the table? And I say we as in a lot of people did this, not just Candace, James Lee. I looked at this. From the second this happened. I spent time doing a real investigation. To be honest, frankly, Craig, I felt like the work I'd done, like hours and hours of work on this, 2 days back and forth. I didn't even sleep that first night. I wanted to get this information right. I wanted to do my job and get the information as best as I could. And when we finally had the discussion, none of the stuff we were putting out there was no response to it. There was just a kind of an attack on the people doing it. And it's weird to be associated with those people when as you know me, obviously we know each other well. I'm in a particular space. I don't have any.
There's no response, and that we're just attacking somebody's character.
It seemed like
a point. That's not true, Matt. We're saying that we don't see it as an isolated issue. We're both open to changing our opinions once we see the evidence. I don't still see any evidence that Charlie stepped so far out of line that they would have whacked him that quickly. You know what I'm saying? And when you see other things like the letter, and you see when you watch the whole interview of the Patrick Bet David, when you see a lot of these things, and like I said, a lot of the things he's been saying, and this is something I pointed out to you, I said, isn't it cute to see a lot of the populist right, the Trump people now talking about things when it comes to Israel that we were talking about years and years and years ago? It's nothing new. It is new to their group, which could be the danger there that they put themselves in, right? But it's nothing that we saw that's over the top that makes me think it's Israel and an isolated issue. And once again, the thing I am questioning now is how tied are the security state, the globalists, Israel, the Western elites? How close are they tied together? Are they walking as one? Are there independent actions by them? You know what I'm saying? But to sit there and imply that this hasn't been made a single entity who's creating this, Israel, just because they haven't mentioned it doesn't mean that it's not there. I disagree with that whatsoever, because I think it's firm to believe and say that Israel had a part to play in this, but the West could have also been involved. They could have greenlit this and taken advantage of it. Or maybe the West did it, right? And Israel went along with it. Who knows? We don't know at this time. I think that's the question right now, is how tied are these groups together? We have to look at that.
You saw that mural, right? That mural that was shared by Trump, the one that went up on the billboard. There's two things. There's the mural that went up in Tel Aviv, that one, they had it up in 24 hours, which was very weird, as if they had already been working on it, by the way. That's the only, how could you get that up in 24 hours? The mural commemorating, he's like this guy, he's this saint now for Israel. All of a sudden we had to make sure it was on the wall for them to see, for everyone to see. But aside from that,
there was that mural to get up. I don't know. I mean, I heard they get done in one day. I'm not sure if that's possible, if that took too long. I understand the thought process of almost like the parallel to JFK, the way it was in the news in Europe before they even had a chance to, so they had to know ahead of time. I do look at that and see that, but I would like to, once again, I'm still a little skeptical, and I'd like to see a little bit more. A mural coming up is not, to me, smoking gun evidence that they knew and they had a part to play in.
There's so much, the list is so long.
Much motive.
I'm just showing you what James Lee was covering, because I know you know.
On day 27, that doesn't make you question, saying like, okay, 3 weeks later, now she's pulling this out of her ass. Where was this a long time ago? All of a sudden, we now see this. I don't know. That, to me, is suspect.
Turning Point has confirmed the accuracy of this text. Why is your first instinct to dismiss it?
Who confirmed it?
I just played the clip. What are you
talking about? Who else
about?
Confirmed it? Just James Lee?
Turning Point themselves. The people in the text just confirmed it.
I don't necessarily trust anybody from Turning Point.
They just reluctantly had to admit that it exists, and now they have to maneuver around why
they can't lie about that.
Earlier. Yes, you want to see the clip again?
No. Can they not lie about it? Are we 100%?
It's not in their best interest at all to lie about that. They've been put in a corner. Candace got them in a corner. And that, by the way, that's great journalism. You can disagree with Candace on whatever else. We can disagree with her on 1,000 things. But this particular investigation, she's doing an exceptional job. And I can't see anybody else doing as good of a job as this. We should use this as a model of how we should go about stuff. You mentioned 9/11. It took you a long time to figure that one out. If we were doing this show back at 9/11, we would dive right the hell in. We wouldn't wait years and years to go, oh, wait a minute. What was up with those dancing Israelis? And I wouldn't have somebody saying, oh, well, those are just a few people dancing. That's nothing. We get curious about those things. We look into it. And if I had to go back,
dancing Israelis do not really switch. Once again, dancing Israelis are one. And you're okay. So now you're playing right into this once again. Those same people. When you ask Myron Gaines, when you see Sneeko, when you see Dan Blazarian, when you see a lot of these people out there, who did 9/11? Israel. Plain and simple. That's what they say. And I'm like, well, that's kind of, once again, that's what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know if it's a reductionist argument over there, but it's who stand to gain the most. Look what happened with the West. The Patriot Act, the AUMF, all these countries they invaded. Once again, was it at the behest of Israel, or was it them working together?
Again, these are all great questions, but let's not dismiss when we see clues, when we see types of evidence.
I'm not dismissing anything, and I've told you this. Listen, I am not fucking 100% sold that Israel had nothing to do with this. I never said that. I said Israel could have a lot to do with this. Is it an isolated action by Israel alone, the way it's being portrayed, which is something you can't admit to, because you just said, well, they didn't say this and that. Well, they never said that the West could be involved. They never said that this could be a dual operation. They just said it was Israel and Israel alone. I question the USS Liberty getting shot at was a dual action together. You know what I'm saying? Is that just Israel alone? Is it isolated? These are questions you can ask, but they never implied that. These are people who don't use the term Zionist. They use the term Jewish.
Okay. Let's just, all right. We
hate
move
for
on.
Israel.
We got to bring in our,
that they lie about the Bolshevik Revolution.
Okay. We can move on. We can keep this conversation going now, or it's time to get on because we got our guest to come in now. So let's
get him in here. Get him in here.
Let's do this now. Because, I mean, you know, today, what are we even talking about? October 7th. How did we get here? Two years of genocide. We need to have this conversation right now. Let's not let them wait any longer. Let's not let you guys wait any longer. You know him. You love him. Please welcome back to the show, Garland Nixon.
And I think the texts are real. I think they're real. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying I think based on what I see that they're real, but I could be. All of this is speculation. Something could change, but it makes sense to me that they be real. That's my position.
Yeah,
but he did say
I don't know 100% of anything. It's all speculation. At this point, it looks to me like the texts are real. Like that if they weren't, that they'd have like flew out immediately. No. Aha, we got her, because they could have. If they weren't real, right? You would have totally discredited Candace Owens. If you could show that those texts aren't real, you could totally discredit her. There would be no better opportunity to discredit Candace Owens. In fact, I'll put it to you like this. If I wanted to discredit Candace Owens deviously and diabolically, here's what I would do. I would leak fake texts to her and say they're real. And then when she relays them, I'd come out and prove that they were false. That would be a perfect operation to completely discredit her. But if they were false, if they were real, I'd be screwed. So if they had leaked fake text to her and then she discredited them and then she released them and they came back and said, they're fake, and she got them from the inside, I'd say, that was the perfect operation to screw her over. But she's there, right, waiting for a punch. You discredit these texts and you punched her right between the eyes. And they come out and say, yeah, you got us. I don't think they would do that. I think they would do the opposite, but I don't know. That's my opinion on it.
Yeah. I think the fact that she ran an Oracle commercial right after that is the reason why you might want to discredit her a little bit. But that's just all kidding aside. I think that we still have to, and I got beat up from Steve this morning. We were going back and forth. We got really excited on the morning show. But, I think what we have to talk about, because here's my problem with the issue, right? I'm not saying that Israel had nothing to do with it, that Israel couldn't pulled the trigger on this. I look at this as who stands to gain the most, right? And I thought the social engineers of the West, of the United States, are the people who had to gain the most on this, because almost immediately after Charlie Kirk was massacred or murdered or killed or shot, from whatever angle, from whatever point, you saw all the mainstream media come out and talk about this is a war within. And then Donald Trump just repeated that recently right now over here. This is a war within. This is an ideological war. This was more, to me, about divide and conquer within the United States. And now we see the actions following up. Donald Trump using those words, war within, and encouraging the United States military, right, to get involved and even use these blue states, these big blue states, as a training ground. To me, this is the worst thing that Donald Trump could have said. This is awful here. Anytime you're talking about the military being used against its own citizens, and I've seen more moves towards that being played out than actual Israel being as scared of where and when Charlie Kirk was going. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, once again, that Israel couldn't have nothing to do with it. I'm just not convinced it's not an isolated attack, that it is an isolated attack. Who knows? I think that's the question we have to ask. How tied are these countries now, these globalists, these entities, these bankers? How close are they tied together? I said to Steve this morning, if the United States bombs Somalia, is it at the behest of Israel? Did they have to get permission from Israel? Or are they acting independently here? Who's acting independently on what? So there's a lot more that has to come out before we have any clear answers. And I don't want to downplay what the West could have done and how they could have used this and their role that they could have had in this. We've seen evidence of motive showing motives. We haven't seen any real evidence right now, and a lot of that evidence is going to be kept from us because they're going to distort it, especially the FBI.
Well, a couple of things. I'll say this. I think that could it have been, quote, Israel, whatever that means? That's possible. Could it have been a CIA/Mossad operation? That's possible. Could it have been somebody that said, hey, I gave this guy X amount of millions of dollars and damn it, he won't do what I say. He's got to die. It could have been, Zionist billionaires that will fund him. They play that game and they're like the mafia, buddy. They give you that money. You better do what they say. And otherwise they're going to make examples. So there's various parties to me that it could have been. The thing that I think is, there's something to me that points towards government or intelligence involvement, and that is there seems to be an appearance that the FBI is somehow involved in some kind of cover-up. The inconsistencies in their story and the inconsistencies that any professional would look at and say, that doesn't make any sense. So my thought is, if in fact, as it appears, and it could be wrong, if the FBI is involved in a cover-up, if FBI is involved in something, then that points to clearly the FBI is involved, some kind of intelligence, some kind of government related thing. If the FBI is covering it up, or the intelligence agencies, FBI is covering it up, then there was intelligence involved and there was government involved. It wasn't some whatchamacallit. But there appears to be an FBI cover up of some type. Yeah. And there's weird things going on here. We don't have any final answers.
Yeah.
But here's what I'd say, just like I say about 9/11, I don't know the bottom line. But here's what I tell you, the official story don't make a damn bit of sense. That's where we are. The official story does not make a damn bit of sense. I mean, anybody who thinks the official story that like somebody could get shot with a 30-06 and it's like getting shot with a Crossman 760 BB gun. Well, what happened to the pellet? It was just below his skin. It's not, I would, you know what I mean? You can't even try to make that argument.
But Garland, we heard from the coroner said that Charlie Kirk was Superman, and that's why the bullet didn't go through him, and that's the official report. So I'm good with that. It's Magic Bullet 2.0 is what we got here, and this is why we have to look at behavior. We have to look at how the FBI behaves. We've been covering the Epstein files this whole time. It's the same behavior, the same sweating. Kash Patel looking like deer in headlights. He can't get his words straight. Everything is just all jumbled and all over the place. Pam Bondi's all over the place about whether the files exist, whether they don't. We're moving on. Trump does the same thing. We're moving on. Why do we care about that Epstein guy anyway? He was a horrible guy. Can't we move on? So he's doing the same language, the same behavior, the same. Wait a minute. This isn't how an investigation goes. So I'm with you, Garland. This certainly looks like not just an FBI cover-up, but it looks like the consistent behavior of the FBI when we go through each and every one of these incidents that we live through, one after the next after the next. At some point, we got to be ahead of this. We can't wait a few years before we look back and go, you think that thing that happened 20 years ago, that doesn't look right? No, we know now that it doesn't look right, like immediately. That's my take.
Well, let me just say that. Can I say something really quick?
Sure,
because
sure.
Out of the list of people who could have done it, Garland, you didn't say it could be Tyler Robinson.
Sure,
you didn't say
absolutely could be.
Did you say that? Did I miss that?
No. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know. My point is,
he's a divisive guy, by the way.
The official story doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. The official story doesn't make sense. I mean, bullets and magic spines and miracles and things like that. When you and here's the issue too. From a guy who worked with the FBI. One of the things you have to believe in a lot of these stories is the FBI is stupid or incompetent, right? They're just stupid and they're incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But I work with them. And they're some of the most well-educated people I've ever worked. I work with these guys. Most of them have postgraduate degrees, master's degrees, PhDs. A lot of them are attorneys. These people are very competent. The technological knowledge, the forensic abilities that they have are, as good as it can get. So my point being, you expect me to believe there was a miracle bullet, and you expect me to believe that people who are really, really good, far better than me, I think, A lot of them. I mean, in that their training and their background, their you name it. You expect me to believe that they're somehow confused and they believe this cockamamie story? They know better. They're smart people. Anytime someone says to you, the FBI is incompetent, they're being had. They are not incompetent. They are exceptionally incompetent.
Yeah.
And I know because I worked with them.
Yeah, that's a great point, because the behavior we're talking about, not just with the Tyler Robinson texts and all the weird stuff that doesn't seem like it seems sloppy on the outside, but when you look at it, you're like, no, this isn't sloppy. This has to be by design. Nobody can tell me that someone is that bad at their job that they're going to contradict themselves so easily, so quickly, with no time in between. Again, they did the same with the Epstein files. We're literally listening to them tell us, case closed, the guy killed himself, it's over. Oh, those tapes, yeah, there's not really any tapes. So you're right, Garland. That's not sloppiness. That is probably a top-down order. You keep your mouth shut, or you got to move over here. You're done with this. Now you got to do that. It sounds to me like they're taking orders from someone above them. That's what it looks like to me.
It could be just another way of them playing ball to justify their budget, right? Like that we have to stop the enemy within, right? This is once again that we didn't do our job. We didn't get enough spying power to go out there and stop it before it happened. I mean, Donald Trump has always been pushing pre-crime stuff. You take the guns first. You know, that's a Second Amendment nut job. I don't think so. I mean, he's once again always leaned into the security state. So for me, you know, it seems like another way of the FBI just justifying their budgets and the money they get. You know, we need more money to stop the enemy within.
I don't think the FBI ever has to worry about justifying their budget. Man, they get money for nothing. They get unbelievable amounts. Yeah. If the FBI said we want to build a new building and it's going to cost $2.5 billion, Congress should give them 5.5. Congress gave what? You had the Capitol Police Department, which had like a couple $1 million or something, that was their yearly budget. Congress gave them like $2 or $3 billion for the Capitol Police Department, a little old police department that ain't got many people, right? Billions they gave them. So my point being, if the FBI called them down to Congress tomorrow, said double our budget, their budget would be doubled. The last thing the FBI ever has to do is worry about money, getting more money, or asking for more money. In my opinion, the FBI is two things. It is an intelligence operation masquerading as a law enforcement. After I worked with them for a year, I said, this is an intelligence agency. This is certainly not a law enforcement agency, as they argue. And they are the Gestapo. They are the secret police. You know how totalitarian governments always have this, this secret police that grabs people and does all kinds of devious and evil things. That's what the FBI is here. That's what they've always been, in my opinion. They're the secret police to, God forbid, some untimely demise comes upon Seth Rich. They're the guy who covers it up and goes out and gets the laptop and hides it and says the court will never see it again. That's their job. To do the dirty work, to do the cover-ups, to cover up the guy that got rubbed out, or maybe rub him out itself. They're the secret police. Yeah, I bet you they disappear people. I
don't know, people. Matt. Maybe you want to go to Trump's thing, and we can jump back to Israel.
Okay, yeah,
we're on the same.
Okay,
we're talking about policing, and I think there's no better guest here to kind of give us insight to what's going on, to what Donald Trump said the other day. I don't know about you. I told Matt, I said, this is the worst thing that Donald Trump has said. This is the worst implication he's ever made, and it's all about using the military against its own citizens. And I can't understand you seeing people on the populist right or conservatives justifying this and saying it's okay.
Okay, let's hear it from the guy himself. Here we go.
People other than politicians that look bad, they think, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape too, by the way. I want you to know that. But it seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out. It'll be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. We had no people enter in the last 4 months. Zero. Even I can't believe that. We had millions coming in, pouring in. 25 million all told, and of those 25 million, many of them should never be in our country. They would take their worst people and their people from prisons and jail, and they'd put them in a caravan and they'd walk up. CNN was interviewing one person.
Oh, why are you coming? I want freedom. Good. Were you in jail? Yes. For what? Murder. He said, you're in for, you had to see this anchor, a young woman. She's like, I couldn't believe. She'll probably lose her job, but because the left doesn't want to hear that. But we're running it based on common sense and based on love of our country. But I want to salute every service member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission. And I told Pete, we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor, stupid governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money. Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time. And last week they had 11 people.
Is he practicing his speech before he goes out? Because I think that it feels like everyone in the room is asleep, because that was the lowest energy I've ever heard from him. That's just my original take. But
and by the way, I brought that clip because I didn't want to be people say, well, you're pulling it out of context, you know. So we brought the whole 2 minutes. But for him to say we should use some of these streets as a training ground, you know, and using the National Guard to sick upon your own citizens, I don't recall anything that bad being done by the last administration. Like, you know, once again, obviously, I think they're both the same. One hands off to the other. You know, this is one group, the donors working throughout to make it look like a two-party paradigm when it's a two-party illusion. But that is, to me, and I'm just interested to how you feel about that, Garland. That to me is some of the scariest things I've heard in a long time.
Well, it's kind of like me. I fixed the car up so it'll run and give you the keys so you can drive it. That's the way I look at the last going between the Democrats and the Republicans. Let's not forget, Joe Biden took all of this terrorism stuff, right? And he's like decided to bring the whole war on terror home, and it was domestic terrorism. And all he would talk about is MAGA. They're challenging our democracy. He created this environment where he was saying that people, it was like a real us versus them. The MAGA is people, they're domestic terrorists. And he was, you know, they were advocating for these domestic terrorism laws. So he was, to me, Biden was creating an environment where at some point, someone who was president, be they Trump or whoever, could grab the baton and continue to run in this same direction. The divide and conquer strategy was still going. Let's not forget the whole COVID, and I'm sure you guys covered it. I covered it too. There was this, what was it? A polling where like all of these, a huge number of Democrats were like, oh, the unvaccinated should be, you know, locked away. Their children should be taken, you know.
Noam Chomsky told us that we need to put them in concentration camps. Yes.
They should starve. They shouldn't be allowed to go in emergency rooms, just let them die, you know, all of these things. So there has been an environment that has been created for some period of time by president after president. You know, we look at the Obama, the kind of actual actions that he took, that, you know, the Smith, whatever it is, Smith-Munson Acts. I forgot the name of it. I think that's it, where that allowed the CIA to spy on people at home. So what we've seen is a degradation of our constitutional rights to a point where, to me, and a lot of us have been YouTube pasta, we've all been talking about the inevitability of, if you continue to degrade our rights, if you continue to degrade our constitutional liberties and freedoms, that is inevitable that that this is the direction we were going. So do I see this as terrible? Yes. Do I see it as, you know, fascism and all that kind of stuff? Yes. But I don't see it as something independent of all of the factors that created that. We've been hurtling towards this for some time, and sooner or later we were going to get here.
Yeah. I see that point, and I would say that a lot of things changed after 9/11. That's when we opened up the door to the Patriot Act, spying out the security state, and like you said, it's just been a baton handing off to one president to the next. But to me, I do think this is a whole nother level of holy shit. You're going to now just openly use the military to sick on the citizens. Like, you know, when he sent some of the, I think it was Fort Bragg in San Diego, there were a bunch of Trumpers out there protesting against Donald Trump using the military against citizens. You know what I'm saying? So I do agree with the fact that it has been one administration handing off the baton to the next. But this one, that really did scare the shit out of me when he says we should use it as a training ground. I'm like, wow.
Well,
And it's scary to me because his voters, his supporters are supporting it. Sorry, Matt.
No, I was just saying this has been going on this entire year since he got in. I mean, since he implemented the ICE raids when they first started happening. We were here in LA. We covered that. We were there on day one. I mean, he brought them right in, and it was total chaos here. And then you saw the tweets going out and the reaction of, oh, look at those Angelinos. They're all insane. They're all Antifa. It's George Floyd all over it again. And they were talking about Portland. They were talking about Chicago. They were talking about DC. So these are the places he had lined up. So when he uses words like testing ground, Craig, I've been hearing him say this. This isn't the first time he's been talking like this and using all these different cities as a mechanism to justify, we need to bring in this action because of the way people are behaving. And then when we look closer, we saw the provocateurs in place. We saw that the system was designed to create the chaos. The ICE agents here were designed to create the chaos in order to justify bringing in the military. So he's right on point. If anything, I feel like he kind of did that was a lackluster kind of a presentation there. But I'm saying he's been talking like this the whole time, and we are the training ground. This is where
to provide some context. That was in Quantico in front of a bunch of military brass personnel, generals, lieutenants. I guess that's why once again the audience he was talking to. It's like it's almost like as if he was giving him a direct order. I believe it was Mark Milley, and I'm not a big Mark Milley fan, put out something else, put a response that, the military, police, everybody, their duty is to uphold the Constitution, not a president, not an emperor, not a king, none of that stuff. So I think that was also important too as well. I guess that's why I was a little bit kind of like, holy cow about this, because it was in front of a bunch of military brass.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the training to me is not for overseas. See, you start off and you say to your okay, MAGA people, we got to go after these lefties in the lefties cities and immigrants or whatever, because they'll be like, yeah, let's go after those lefties and all that kind of stuff like that. Yes, hooray. But as this Zionist thing starts to unravel, and let's say people take to the streets, because that's who the training is for, as we get economic crashes, which seem inevitable here and maybe not all that far away, and people like, hey, wait a minute, what happened to my life savings? What happened to this? Why do we have hyperinflation? And people start coming to the streets. Guess what? They've been training for that. They've been practicing for what to do when the masses say, what the hell's going on? We've been screwed. And the masses start coming to the street. Oh, we trained for that. We worked it. So now that MAGA and everybody comes to the street, they're all set and they're ready for what appears to be like the inevitable clash of the working class and or whoever else who says, oh my God, we've been screwed. Things are falling apart. Come to the street and they're ready to deal with it. So I don't think that it is training for going overseas. I think it's training for how do you deal with a society that's starting to come unglued because people are been screwed, because you have a situation that makes 2008 look like, the roaring 20s, for God's sake. And they're like, what happened to everything's gone bad. My retirement's gone. The barn market crashed. My savings now is worth pennies. And they start acting up. You've got your troops all ready to put down these insurrections, as they'll call them. But they'll just be people exercising their constitutional rights.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to transition back. It is October 7th. So we're going to talk about this 2 years of genocide here. And I'm going to transition back here in a second here. Guys, we're on with Garland Nixon. We got co-host Craig Pasa. If you guys just joining us, hit the like, share it out. We're here for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, guys, because that's how we like to do it here on Tuesdays and Thursdays on the Homeless Left. Craig, we had a couple shout outs from your boy Applejack. I got to put this on here because we got some super chats. Here we go. Applejack. Shout out to my brother Pasta, one of the best of the best. We have an independent media. Please keep on keeping on, fam. Check out the Truth Wire. Thank you for that, Applejack.
Thank you, Apple.
He followed up. This is for you too, Pasta. Turning point confirmed. The attacks are real. Thank you very much, And very much thank you, Applejack, for that one. He wanted you to know that because it's important. It's important. We understand that. So, anyways,
all I'm saying is when it's screenshot, it can be cherry picked to push a certain agenda, right? Just like the Twitter files, right? It was like they didn't show us everything; they showed us what they wanted us to see.
Yeah. Well, we stay optimistically skeptical, or what? What is the duality? We say cautiously optimistic. That's
cautiously
the one. I like that one.
There
I like
we
the
go.
cautiously. And with that, anybody who's still on board with that, the military coming in is, bear with me, guys. This is the transition back to the Israel thing. So if you're still on board that Trump's got a plan domestically, and this is the right move militarily, that he needs to stick it to the liberal cities, listen to this argument by Caroline Levitt, and then we want to see how this makes any sense when we got something a little more important going on overseas. But here's her little argument, and she's feisty when she tells us this.
In day 3 of the Democrat-led government shutdown, the Democrats continue to recklessly hold the American people hostage over their demands to give illegal aliens free health care.
So the lockdown of the government connected with all the, we got to police the streets. The Democrats are insane. They're trying to hook up. Can you believe they're trying to hook up illegals with health care? Well, just so you MAGAs know, Americans should know this. There are around 800,000, 900,000 Jewish settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and none of them work. They live off government funding, free housing, free health care, free everything, and your tax dollars pay for it. But I guess that's fine, right? Because we have to support our greatest ally in the Middle East with the most moral army in the world. So there you go for a contradiction on what we're upset about here when we should be more upset about what we're doing over there.
Quick comment on that. You know, it's interesting. When Biden and his team came in, and the Democrats had the House and the Senate and the White House, and they wouldn't do anything they said they were going to do, and they just said, "Oh, it's the Republicans." And well, that didn't work. Then it was Sinema and Manchin, and that didn't go so far. Then it became the Senate, parliamentarian. You know, the Republicans are stopping us. So we get whatever party gets in, and they don't do anything for the people. They don't do anything they said they were going to do. Things go to hell, and they blame the other party, even though they have the White House, the Senate, and the House. Now the Republicans have the White House, the Senate, and the House, and they're talking about the Democratic-led, she said, the Democratic-led shutdown. Well, wait a minute. I'll say the same thing I said to Biden. You got the House, you got the Senate, you got the White House, you got the Supreme Court, and it's a Democrat-led. None of these parties will ever take. It's always the other party. They're always playing this game. The other guy did it. The other guy won't let me do it. The Senate parliamentarian. It's sickening. They are identical. They are twisted, sick, carnival mirror images of each other.
Yeah.
And I'd like to also state that Caroline Levitt didn't want to bring up the fact that they've floated bills from the conservative side to use U.S. taxpayer dollars to actually provide healthcare benefits to IDF soldiers and stuff. I know that the language is kind of wonky, and they're like, no, that's not going directly to the IDF soldiers, but they added more money into the military aid to swing on over to benefits for IDF soldiers. I mean, it's like, it's known, but that's okay too as well. And helping human beings that are living in our society. By the way, I'd also like to point out, and I don't like to, quote or parrot Gavin Newsom because he's such a phony fugazi asshole anyways. But, when he sits there and he looks at Sean Hannity, like you always complain about, Los Angeles and the illegal immigrants, and you want to talk about sending ICE in. Meanwhile, the GDP is like the 4th highest in the globe, right? And a lot of the federal programs from red states are subsidized from a bunch of illegal immigrants that you yell about in Los Angeles. So shut the hell up because they're footing the bill.
Well, certainly if Trump attacks Venezuela, that won't have any effect on illegal immigration. That won't cause millions of people from the destabilized regions in Central and South America that he destabilized. That won't cause millions of refugees who, under international law, fleeing a war zone, will legally be eligible for refugee status.
Yeah.
And I'm going to attack them. We got to stop the illegal immigration. What are you going to do? We're going to create an environment where millions of people, when you start that war, people are going to say, I'm fleeing a war and a war zone. And now by law, they are legally eligible for refugee status.
And you can use that argument with Nicaragua, not Nicaragua. You can use that argument with Honduras, El Salvador, all these countries that have U.S. military bases in there where they're choosing their government and funding murder death squads, you know what I'm saying, to cause havoc, whatnot. So anybody who's coming here, technically by law, has a right to come here by international law. Garland, I want to ask you the question really quickly before Matt takes it to the next point, because I think it's important, because the argument I get from a lot of people on the populist right, when it comes, they're justifying Donald Trump sending in ICE, obviously because of the immigrant. Why is it important for police to identify themselves? Any type of law enforcement, why would it be important for ICE to identify themselves as officers instead of masking themselves off and hiding their identity?
Well, because people have a right to file complaints. For instance, a police department, you have a right. There are rules and regulations that must be followed. There are laws that they must be followed, and you have a right to file a legal or administrative complaint. You know, I would look into internal, I would say that something should be done, and that's this. Someone should simply look into ICE internal rules and regulations, their administrative regulations, because I will guarantee you that somewhere in their administrative rules, there is a method, there is a way that people can file a complaint against an ICE agent if they feel that this ICE agent is done to them. You know, I work for a law enforcement agency, and we had, you know, if you file a complaint, you do this, at which point we have to give the officer this paper, this blah, blah, blah. And we had certain procedures and policies, right? So here's the issue. And somebody should actually try this in court to argue why they have to identify themselves. If ICE has a method through which citizens who feel that they've been illegally treated or, you know, immorally, unethically treated by an ICE agent, right? If they have some method where somebody can file a complaint, where you can file, I'm a woman and an ICE agent felt my breast and I can file a complaint, right? But you can't do it if you don't know who the hell they are.
Yeah.
So you can argue they have to identify themselves, because other than if they're not identified, how does a citizen file a complaint against an ICE agent for violating either the law or their own internal policies and procedures? So you don't have policies and procedures if I don't know, if there's just a bunch of guys with a black mask and I'm a woman and one of those ICE agents squeezed my breast, right? Can't do that. I can file a complaint against them, right? Sexual harassment, whatever you want to call it. And I say, I want to file a complaint. I don't see a name tag. I can't see his face. All I know is there was 12 guys there and one of them felt my breast. We know that's illegal. Now I file a complaint. What is ICE going to say? Yeah, well, we think somebody might have did it. And in fact, we've got it on videotape, but we can't figure out who it is because they're all that look the same. So I would make an argument that you can't file a complaint. In fact, a woman could come along and file a complaint against ICE. A woman could come along who was arrested by ICE and say, one of these ICE agents felt my breast, squeezed my butt, did something untoward, unsexually, but I don't know who it is because they're not, you know, they didn't tell me who they are and I didn't see any name tags. Therefore, I'm going to sue ICE. I think that would be a good lawsuit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what we're talking about here is when you allow these ICE agents to behave this way, it's not just you're giving people less of an ability to have their rights, have a documented paper trail of right and wrong. They're on top of that, you're setting a precedent for people to be standoffish when they see people coming at them, giving them orders. How do I know you're not a thug that's not related to the ICE? How do I know who you are at all? Why should I even listen to you? And you're going to cause more chaos. But again, I think this goes back to the reason this is the way it is because ICE is being put out in these cities as a form to create chaos to then justify the military intervention. That's the whole point, is to create chaos. So of course, not showing your face is going to make the case for that.
Well, the argument is that immigrants and they don't have the right to the same rights as an American citizen has, but you know, it says clearly in the Constitution that all persons are entitled to due process. So all
Yeah.
They have to. They should. It's illegal. Is the first part of that answer? But go ahead, Garland. I'm sorry.
Let me add this. Okay, some car comes up behind you and starts coming after you, and you run from the car, and they charge you with fleeing and eluding, right? And you say, "Well, that car was an unmarked car.
Yep.
It was just a plain old, I don't know, with Chevy Caprice, whatever the hell they drive now. Who knows? A Ford Bronco or something, a Ford Bronco, and now you could go to court and you could show multiple instances where people have faked being law enforcement officers and pulled women over and raped them, pulled people over and robbed them. So you go to court and you show, look, people, this has happened, Your Honor. I didn't know it was a marked car. I would have pulled over, but I didn't pull over. Okay, same way. 3 guys jump out and grab you, and they got on all black, and you shoot them. Not that. Oh my God, you killed 3 ICE agents. Those are ICE agents. 3 guys jumped out at night and tried to take me out, and I just protected myself. It's terrible. I feel terrible for their families. But how the hell did I know they were ICE agents? They looked like 3 guys in black. I thought they were trying to kill me. For the safety of the ICE agents, in my opinion. They should be, somebody could just fear for their life and pull out a knife and stab one, try to kill them, try to do anything to protect them. If I come upon, let's say I'm a person who just happens to be armed walking up the street, and I see 3 thugs in black suits beating some woman up. Who's to say I might not pull out a gun and shoot those 3? Hey, leave that woman alone. Pow! And I shoot them. And then I find out they're ICE agents. Now, I go to court. They charge me with, why did you shoot those 3? Your Honor, I didn't know they were ICE agents. I saw 3 men in black beating up a woman at night, and I felt I had to defend her. I thought they were going to kill her. Who's going to convict that guy? There's no criminal intent. You would have to show that he truly knew and believed that they were ICE agents. Yeah. He was simply coming to the aid of a woman. So for the safety of the ICE agents, for the ability of people to be able to file complaints if these guys violate their rules, they got to know who the hell it is.
They might just be confused about what safety first means, because we're on the impression safety first means wearing your mask, right? So, which we all forgot to do today. By the way, we forgot to put our masks on, and I'm a little scared of the screen.
We should have had it on for the show.
Yeah, we should have really had it on today, but maybe that's why they're just scared of. They thought the mask was to protect their safety, but no, we're talking about safety first, and we got to be about safety first here.
Would it help if I go in the other room and get a condom? I could put on a condom or a condom just for safety. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't have a mask, but that's the best I could do.
Face diaper. I got in trouble for using that term. Face diaper.
So
I think they should have made those masks out of latex, in my opinion, and just let them put the latex around their eyes from here to there, eliminating a lot of problems.
Mine covered like all this here. I was wearing a Magnum.
Oh, there we go.
I remember a meme of Batman getting arrested because he has the mouth open.
Oh yeah. My favorite was, have you seen the video of this band, and they're playing saxophones or something? It's like a high school band or college band, and they all have their masks on, but they've cut holes open to stick their instruments. I'm like,
well, COVID doesn't attack musicians when they're in the middle of playing, just like they don't attack people eating. We know that was worked out in advance. That was a deal we made with COVID, that during dinner time, playing music, you're fine.
Ease off. Yeah. If you went down to a certain level. I still love the meme of the support group of the mask going away, and the dude was all upset because it used to make him special, and feel better than everybody else, the fact that he would wear the mask. So he was in this kind of support group talking to them about, it sucks that it's going away because it really made me feel special and above everybody else, Yeah.
I just said to him, dude, nobody's telling you can't wear your mask. They have an outlawed mask. You can wear a mask 24 hours a day if you want to. It's just that in fact, you'll be even more special. Yeah. You'll be the only guy. You'll be the mask guy. I suggest you do that and just let the rest of us go on with our lives. See, that's the thing about it that I've always said. Nobody told these people they couldn't wear masks. Wear 2 or 3 of them. Remember, they were up to 3 masks at one. Wonderful. Keep going with masks until no air can get through. Then you'll be sure you won't get COVID for all eternity.
I was in LA last week, and a judge at a family court case was wearing a mask. I was like, you got to be. I'm like, we're not going to get results out of this one.
No, that's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign. And to be honest with you, it's just so funny to me because a lot of these judges who in LA, which is terrible, the system is so broken there. They won't issue. Some of them won't issue mental health examinations because they feel it's violating HIPAA laws. But those same judges will write dissertations on why it's important for COVID vaccines to be tracked. That's okay. It's just mind-blowing.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's circle back to October 7th. This is the day we will never forget. You know what? I want to put this Caitlin Johnstone up here because this is important, guys. We got to remember that never forget October 7th, 2023, that fateful day when Israelis were brutally massacred by Israeli tanks and Israeli helicopters and Israeli drones and Israeli soldiers and Israeli bullets, and also hit by Hamas a bit. So we will never forget. Obviously, we know that information is out because they've reported on it in Haaretz. They've reported on it in Jerusalem Post. We know that the Hannibal Directive was given on October 7th. We also know a stand-down order was given on October 7th, but our mainstream still hasn't caught up. Maybe they're just not, maybe they're just being sloppy. That's the word of the day today, sloppy. But moving into this mark of a 2-year moment, one would hope that at some point we can figure out a way that to get Netanyahu in a corner where he's going to have to take this deal. I want both your guys' thoughts on this, but if you guys know the order of things that happened, Netanyahu came after 70 countries walked out at the UN. He flew to DC, sat down with Trump, worked out a deal. The deal was Hamas needs to sign this right now. If they sign the deal, then yes, we will then exchange a certain amount of hostages. They were going to release all of them. That was the idea. Israel was going to, one of the bullet points was that Israel was going to release 1,700 since October 7th that they were keeping as hostage. Nobody before that, of course. They all have to stay in prison. But the idea of, does Israel get to stay in the Gaza Strip, or is it an outside entity coming in? Hamas went and signed this thing. That was big news. I would not have bet on that. I would not have bet that Hamas was going to go for this deal because it was setting them up. However, looking at it now, it looks like Netanyahu might be putting it in a corner because Trump tweeted this out based on the statement just issued by Hamas. I believe that they are ready for a lasting peace. Israel must immediately stop the bombing of Gaza so that we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. Right now, it's far too dangerous to do that. We are already in discussions on details to be worked out. This is not about Gaza alone. This is about long-sought peace in the Middle East. But as we know, Netanyahu goes and then rejects this peace plan almost just hours after the announcement. And this is making everybody squirm right now. I'm not sure what I want you guys to take on this, but just so the audience knows, this is what's going on in Israel right now. These are the people in the street, and the chant is, it's now or never. They are fed up. This is what they're saying. This is it. This is happening right now. And this is based on the fact that all the piece, as far as they're concerned, every piece is in place to end this thing. Obviously, we know there's more going on behind the scenes when we talk about the Greater Israel Project, but are we at the place now, Garland, are we at the place now where Netanyahu, whether he likes it or not, is he now in some sort of a corner where there is a breaking point coming, or is he able to continue to maneuver on beyond this?
Well, a couple of things. I think number one, the Hamas played strategically speaking, they played a really smart hand. You know what I mean? Oftentimes, it's the unorthodox fighter. If you remember boxing, Michael Spinks, Michael Spinks he beat the heck out of everybody. He did everything wrong. His footwork was wrong. He swung with the wrong hand. He did everything that appeared to be wrong, except he won championship after championship, which is why nobody knew what the hell he was going to do. It was unorthodox, right? And I think what Hamas did recently, when everybody's like, oh, they're just going to reject that for obvious reasons, they didn't. They did something that was unorthodox. And I would even argue this, that the plan was that, I think they sniffed out the plan. That when somebody says a plan, it's like, here's what I'm going to do. We'll write up this plan that they'll never take, and then we'll give it to them, and then they'll reject it. And then we can just come out and do all kind of devious and evil and diabolical things, right? Okay. But that means that the other side's got to play along. Okay, you got this thing? You sure they won't take it? No. All right, let's give it to them. Boom, there you go. Now, when they give it back to us and they've rejected it, then we'll bomb and we'll massacre and we'll do all kinds of things. And they're like, okay, we'll sign it. You're like, oh, crap. We didn't see that coming. And I think that's the game Hamas played, knowing that you can't trust the U.S., knowing that you can't trust Israel, knowing that they ain't going to keep their word. I think they sniffed them out and they figured they're only giving us because they know we ain't going to sign it. Oh, yeah, well, I'll fix them. We'll sign it. And then they don't have a plan for that. They didn't know what to do when Hamas said, okay, we'll take it. They gave them an offer they couldn't possibly take, and they took it because they knew they were never really going to have to live up to this plan. You know what I mean? If Hamas looked at it and said, yeah, if we sign this, the Zionists and the Americans will keep their word and we'll be in a... No, they knew the Zionists and the Americans would never keep their word. So they knew they were never really going to have to do anything but sign the plan and watch the other side squirm. And now the Israelis got people in the street. Oh, we got to do something to release the hostages. You got Trump and Netanyahu. Oh, darn, what do we do? We thought they were going to reject it. They put them in a difficult position strategically. It was brilliant. It gave them the upper hand because they controlled the narrative on that. And on top of that, they have now taken, which they already had, but even more so, they've taken the moral high road because their position is, well, we accepted a plan for peace. You gave us a plan for peace, one that nobody in the world thought we'd take. But you know what? We're good, peaceful kind of guys. We decided to go ahead and take this plan. And now what do? Now you got to reject the plan that you came up with, that they accepted, that the whole world was shocked that they accepted. So people say, wow, they took the plan. And now you got to go back on your own plan and you look bad. So it's interesting, the chess game that was played here.
Yeah.
I think the majority of people out there are not protesting for peace. I think the majority of those people out there, they want the hostages more than anything. They want the room back.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I don't think you'll ever see Israel stop until it's completely gentrified. It's a colonization project. But I mean, maybe once again, we don't know the forces. And like we've been talking about this, who's zooming who's talking about who's in charge, whatnot. You know, it obviously looks like on the surface where Donald Trump was being like, look, this is causing me so many problems right now. You need to stop for now, right? Well, you already got the North. You can move in. You can start building settlements in the North, put the way down. But right now, the bombing indiscriminately needs to be stopped. You can continue to starve out the Gazans if you want. We've already gentrified half the area, you know what I'm saying? But you need to stop right now. We can't continue to do this because the constant feed, you know, and you have people out there. I don't know what you thought about the Van Jones statement the other day, guys, on Bill Maher, you know what I'm saying? Where he was blaming Iran for like a plot or a plan to turn Americans against each other. They're looking up their phone and they're seeing dead babies in Israel every day, you know, in Gaza every day, and that's really causing a problem. And they're using that to divide us. Well, no, Mr. Van Jones, it's that people are done seeing this every single day. You know what I'm saying? It's just too much. And, you know, there's only so much you can thrust upon people. I think Donald Trump sees, you know, if he is an independent character, whatever the situation is, he sees like a lot of big portion of the right reject of what's going on, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys said, and I've said this to you too, Matt, as well earlier. Isn't it cute to see people on the populist right talk about things that were done years and years ago that the independent anti-imperialist leftists like ourselves were talking about years ago? Flotilla stuff. Nobody's mentioning Cynthia McKinney when she did this years ago and spent days in an IDF prison before all this happened went now. So I think it's kind of cute to see a lot of these conservatives, people like Owen Schroyer, people like, you know, Dan Blazarian and all these other guys talk about the issues with Zionism now today that we've been talking about years ago. But at the end of the day, they're never going to stop until they have all that land. It might not be today, it might not be right now. You know, I think that he was trying to seize on this opportunity to say, let's just go ahead and finish this deal. And by the way, a lot of those people in the streets that you see over there, a lot of them think that Netanyahu hasn't been strong-handed enough. Naftali Bennett, right? The previous leader of Israel, right? Before it was Netanyahu, Naftali Bennett, and back to Netanyahu. You know, he was even more strong-handed, and you know, like, this is the enemy. So I don't know what to think about this other than the fact that there's never a ceasefire. And Donald Trump can use words like we need permanent peace. No, it's just a pause. So they're never going to stop until they colonize and get all that land and drive all the Gazans and all the Palestinians off that land. It's never going to end. And at the end of the day, it's really cute again, as well as you're telling them to stop. Meanwhile, your administration, the administration beforehand, provided all the weapons for them to begin with in the first place. It's just so hypocritical and contradictory to say, stop beating that guy over the head with the bat, but that's the bat that you handed them.
So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's cute that they're vocal about it. I think it's a good thing that they are, and I give them more credit than people voting for Biden or Obama or Harris or whoever on the left that keep their mouths freaking shut the entire term and have nothing to say about where their vote went to. So I think it's actually not. I think it's a good thing. And when I ask, and Garland, we're talking about, and Craig, I agree with you. The people in the street, they want the hostages back. But the reason why I'm asking this question, because it might be, cautiously optimistic of me to think that there's more people coming around, people in Israel coming around. They want those hostages so bad, and maybe this is the moment they realize that their own leader is the one keeping them from coming home. Just that little point. They don't have to understand all the logistics, all of the geopolitics, all of the years and years we've been looking at. They don't have to understand any of that. But the one thing could be the thing that makes them go, wait a minute. You've been lying to us the whole time. We've been putting these signs up. We've been having these little, events where we're mourning our lost, friends and families. And you've been playing us the whole time. That's worth something, I think. If that is the case, if the case is that that's the largest gathering we've ever seen in Tel Aviv, and they're saying now it's now or never, are they actually saying it's now or never to Netanyahu? Are they done with him? And that, I would think that's a good thing. Garland, you first.
Can I cut in front of Garland real quick? Garland, let me just say this.
Here's
the biggest difference. And the reason why I say it's cute is because most of those people, and a lot of the conservatives too as well, the actual voter, if you ask them, okay, with everything you know now, and now you're coming aboard with the whole Zionist movement, whether it was Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian, whoever, what your favorite podcaster who said this, would you go back in time and not vote for Trump? They're like, oh, no, I didn't say that. They would still kind of give you the argument that he is the lesser of two evils and still support him. They're not homeless like us. We got off the train. We said enough is enough. We're never going to support this party anymore. We're not going to support the Obamas, the Bidens. We're walking. That's the difference between us and them. They're not walking. They're still saying that Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils because he's anti-woke.
But we're also a community, and we're open for them to join us. And if we don't do that, if we just yell at them about it, then we're not doing our part in our space to say, welcome, when you're ready, we are here. That's the space we're in. But Garland, go ahead. Your thoughts.
Well, a couple of things. Better late than never, as they say. So if somebody's coming around now and they're like, when it comes to that Zionist thing, I guess I was wrong. Good. I think, one of the things we're talking about is we realize that there is no part of this thing, the Democrat-Republican joke. There's no element in that is going to be like the good guys or try to fix it or save it. They're just, Obama, to me, Obama and Trump are the same guy. Obama was the guy that did it to the lefties. Trump was the guy that did it to the righties, to come in and say, I'm different. I'm going to do things totally different. Then when he gets in office, it was all a fraud, right? So I think it's good that at least they're out of the starting blocks. And now that they're like starting to ask some questions, hey, perhaps I've been lied to about things that I believe. At least maybe they can go from there, and maybe they'll start questioning some other things. So I think that's a good thing. It's a start. You got to start somewhere. So that's good. No, are they all the way? No, certainly we know the polls tell us that most Israelis overwhelmingly are in favor of, of the most horrible genocidal crap that you've ever seen in your life. That, we've seen them in the streets before because, of some policy about the legal situation, or now about the so-called hostages. I refer to them as administrative detainees, and the reason I do is because Israel has laws called administrative detention laws, which means basically they can grab anybody off the street anywhere at any time. They can charge them with nothing. They can hold them for life as long as they choose, and never let them go, or let them go without charges, without any form of due process, right? And they refer to them as administrative detainees. What's the difference between a Palestinian administrative detainee and an Israeli administrative detainee? So I don't refer to them as hostages. I refer to them by the same thing that the Israelis refer to the people that they grab without charges, and that is as administrative detainees. In fact, I think it would have been better if from the very beginning, when Hamas grabbed them and they said, what do you have? They said, their administrative detainees. Israel has some administrative detainees, and we do too. So, you know, we'll trade administrative detainees for administrative detainees. But I'm glad to see they've made some noise. You know, what's interesting, I think, is good. Where the waking up is happening is like in Italy, where people are like, you know what, we're going to do a general strike. You know what, we're going to shut down the ports. We're going to shut down the roads. What has to happen is the people in these imperialist countries have to say, we will not comply. We will not allow our country to operate in a normal manner if you're going to be involved in this kind of activity. So what I'm glad of, I see it in Italy, that some people in some countries are starting to wake up enough to say there's more of them of us than there are of them, and we will disrupt this country, and we will say you can't rule over this country if you're going to do that kind of stuff, because you can only rule over us if we allow it. And if we say no, we're not going to allow it, you can say go home. No.
Yeah.
Get off the streets. No. We're not go to work. No. We will do nothing. You can call yourself the president. You can call yourself the Congress. It doesn't matter. We will not do a damn thing you tell us to do until you start doing some things that we tell you to do. And right now that ain't happening. And I think that's where America needs to be, where the American people say, we're not going to do what you ask us to do unless you do what we ask you to do. So-called members of Congress and politicians, right now that ain't happening. You can't expect us to. But we're not going to do it anyway. And I think that's the direction we're going. And that's where, you know, the ground zero for that is like Italy right now. I think it's beautiful what's happening there.
The dark workers. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And there's more of us than them as they don't want us to figure out. It's just simple math. And we have more in common with each other than we don't. And as soon as we figure that out, that's what they don't want. That's what they're afraid of, us figuring that out. And the propaganda they keep having to spew on us is because they know they need our consent to do the things they do to us. So without our consent, they can't get away with it. And so I love that message there, Garland. Craig, do you have anything else to add here? And final thoughts?
No, I just thought it was great the way they are saying we're going to shut it down. Let's just shut this shit down.
Yeah,
I love it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I don't see that happening in the United States because, once again, I think the United States is divided. We're the most propagandized people. Like I said, I think at the end of the day, even though a lot of people might not be happy with what's going on, and, you know, this whole attitude of like, we just got to walk away from it, right? Like, we don't need to be involved with that anymore. Well, that's too late. You're the one who pushed all these situations, right? You've been propping up Israel for God knows how long. You know, you can't walk away from just Ukraine and say, let's just walk away from it. You started that war. I think people have to look at the empire and what they're doing and why we're at the point we are at to really fix things moving forward. It starts from within. And if we don't fix that first, it doesn't make a difference what else we try to fix in the future, because we have to realize that it's all about empire. Empire is the problem. We need to fix empire. And once we do that, then we can start moving on our way. But the recognition is not there. You know, it's still, you know, it's so the party of individual responsibility doesn't want to be responsible for their foreign policy, their country's foreign policy whatsoever.
Garland, anything else you want to leave us with? Let people know where they can find you and yeah, all that.
Sure, everybody. You can find me on my YouTube page. I also have a Substack. I just wrote an article a lot of people like about Charlie Kirk and my thoughts on his assassination. So follow me on my YouTube channel. Follow me on Substack.
Awesome. Thank you, Garland Nixon. As always, great conversation. Love the insight and thoughtful commentary. Looking forward to our next discussion. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Garland Nixon, man.
Yeah, Garland Nixon. The three of us together, man. That's some wild stuff. It's good shows today so far. I'm gonna have to take a minute and reset before our next guest. Craig, anything else you want to throw out for everybody here before we
Is that it? You done with me? You going on to the next guest?
Yes, I have to. I'm ready.
Beautiful. I'm gonna go cook dinner for Mom. Guys, thank you so much for having me on. Remember, tomorrow I do the Drive Time show, which is the call-in show on WBAI, Wednesday, 4 p.m. Me and Fiorella are also going at 4 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to do a special pickup show because of our travel schedule, and that's the Truth Wire. And I will not be on Matt Weinglass's show on Thursday.
Well, I have to officially announce to people, since you're here and since you brought it up.
Sorry. put you on
No,
the
it's okay.
spot.
I had to do this at some point. We are taking a pause on Thursday, just this Thursday, because it's Leslie and mine. What's our
heart attack?
1 year anniversary.
Woo!
So we made it. I can't believe it. It went fast. So we're gonna go
it went
do a
fast.
little-
That's what you can't believe. But you guys are made for each other. You guys, you know that. She's awesome. You're awesome. And I'm just so thankful that I'm a part of that part of your life as well as this part of your life as well. I have a great time when I come on, bro. Thanks to you. And you know, hopefully my health issues will continue to go in the right way and you'll see a lot more of me. It's been a crazy year. But I think I'm finally turning the corner. I don't know. I'm crossing my fingers, but I'm feeling really good, guys. And thank you for all the love and support while I've been taking, going at it very, very little. I've been just trying to stay relevant, not only in a time of suppression and, the whole RT thing really sucked, and it's not going to get any better. I don't think you're going to see RT come back. I never thought that, for a second I did think it was going to happen, but it did not. And I got fooled. But, we're just going to find a way. We're going to stay relevant. We're going to keep moving forward. And you're going to hear a lot from this tandem in the future. So thank you so much for having me a part of this group and a part of your life. And tell Leslie I said hello.
I will. Thank you, Pasta. Great Pasta Jardula, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Later, buddy.
All right, guys. If you're just joining us, Homeless Left, we still got some more show for you right now. In fact, we're going to be bringing in our next guest here in just a minute or two. I'm going to cut to a card here and get ready. But you guys, so go grab a drink, a bathroom real quick, and we're going to be right back here with Tim Rivers. And if you guys want to keep throwing your comments up, we see them on YouTube. We see them on Rumble, a little bit on Twitter. You got a couple on Facebook, which is funny because we don't generally promote that. But regardless, we will get to your comments later in the show when we do some talking back with you. And we got some more show after that. So if you're just getting us now, you can go back and watch the replay later. Watch the the stuff you missed later. We don't ever take it off of Rumble. It's always on our Rumble channel. So you can go back and watch the raw stuff. You could also just wait till we upload the segments and watch them by themselves. If you want to focus on a certain segment, we bring those up for you guys as well. And that's for you to share out with other people too. If you want to give them the short content, the 20-minute segments, 15-minute segments or whatever, or the full interviews, we have those available for you too. Okay, enough said. We'll see you guys back here in about 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is The Homeless Left. We'll see you soon, guys. Non-tribal approach to news. Okay, we're back. We're back with some Homeless Left, guys. We're very, very excited to have our next guest. I'll go ahead and give him a proper introduction. But if you don't know yet, we're going to be talking about January 6th because we've been covering that from the beginning. Since we started our show, we've been interested in that topic because It should be a nonpartisan issue. Isn't that crazy? We say that about things like this. We say nonpartisan. So weird, right? Because aren't we supposed to be in our little camps and we're supposed to be rooting for our team and against the other team? No, we don't do that on this show. We look at each incident, each event, and we go in with critical thinking skills, which is what we have to do consistently. And I guarantee you guys, if you can be consistent with that, things are much easier. You don't have to spin stuff so much. You don't have to ignore things. You don't have to pick and choose. You don't have to worry about contradicting yourself all the time. It actually is much easier to maneuver through life when you're just consistent with your principles. Principles, as they say, aren't really principles unless you apply them when it's inconvenient to do so. If you only do it when it's convenient, it ain't a principle. That's called a hobby. Okay, let's go ahead and introduce our next guest. He's a J6 prisoner advocate. He's a Florida native, retired IT executive. He actually began corresponding with the J6 prisoners in 2021, documenting their experiences and messages to the American public. Founded the American Gulag Chronicles. He founded the Unredacted Media, PBC, with David Sumrall and Tamara Lay, and to create a censorship-free platform for patriot and conservative voices. Please welcome to the show, Tim Rivers.
Hi.
Hey, Tim. Welcome to the Homeless Left. Thanks for being on with us today, Tim.
Thanks a lot. You know, Craig kind of gave us a really good intro there. One of the last lines he gave before he signed off, he says, "We are the most propagandized population on the planet." And that's kind of what I want to talk about today. And I hope everybody, that was a great lead, because I'm going to ask you to suspend your political disbeliefs for a few minutes and try and see some things that you probably have had hidden from you. And I hope everybody wants to see truth, right? I mean, we don't like to be fooled. Nobody wants to have the wool pulled over their eyes or be lied to or be led into making decisions based on lies that make us look foolish or even harm us. And so I ask everybody, just for a few, for our little session here, put your political beliefs aside, and we're going to talk a little bit about exposing truth, because I think that's something that that we expect from our country, from our legislatures, certainly from our justice system and our enforcement system. We expect truth and honesty, because that's what they demand from us. Yeah. So that's what I want to talk about today. I hope that's a good intro, and I hope your audience can do that, because I think it's politics is what leads us down some of these paths that we should never go down. Yeah. It sets us on, as you said, this controversial conflict where one side is always against the other. Folks, when you're pulling on one side of the rope and I'm pulling on the other, all we do is cross the line back and forth. We never get any progress in one direction forever. And so that's kind of what we need to do in America. And to do that, we need to be informed. So that's what I want to talk about today, is informing the American public. And in this particular instance, about J6.
Great. And we're ready to hear it, because we are curious by nature and we want to know what's going on here. And so let's start from the beginning. When did you, Tim, when did you first get curious about January 6th? Looking into it, and then how did you get to the point of becoming an activist for the people that were the victims?
What a weird turn of events. People talk about, there's kismet, or you have this fate, or what is it? Fate or destiny? Which one is it? I'm not sure. All I know is that I was really having a bad time playing golf, missing the fairways, hardly ever seeing the greens. Puttering around the garden. I was retired. I retired after Y2K and was enjoying pretty much what you should be doing when you retire, quite a ways down the road from it in 2020. And then came this election, this really contested election with so many things that seemed to go wrong with it, and so much documentation of cheating here or malfeasance there, or, even just down to individuals. And I got involved after that fateful November election. A lot of people were looking at some of the numbers and scratching their heads and trying to understand how Democrats woke up at 2:00 in the morning and then suddenly turned the tables. And I joined this group called Defend Florida. And what they were doing was they're a non-political group. We were taking each group in our county would take our voter roll, and we would go out on Saturdays and Sundays and knock on doors and ask people to verify that the voter roll for them was correct, that they had voted the way the roll said that they had voted, and just trying to validate, that we had done it right. And we had not done it right. 40 to 50% of the homes that we visited within our group in Pasco County here in Florida had some kind of deficient problem with their voting information. From 6 or 7 people, in an abandoned house that nobody lived in for 4 or 5 years, who all received mail-in ballots, to people who were deceased, families that, members had moved out of state, but were still getting their voter card. Just a lot of things that were wrong. And we could not get our state to correct them. And then here came after the election and all this doubt comes January 6th. And I had seen enough to begin to doubt. I couldn't say I knew for sure, but there was something really wrong, at least in my state, in my county, in my district. There was something wrong, and I couldn't get government to move on it. It's like they didn't want to. They didn't want to admit that they hadn't cleaned the voter rolls in 9 years. They had people who'd been on the rolls for over 100 years. So that got me interested in January 6th. People were suddenly being swept up in raids, and not just people, but my neighbors. People who lived within 5 or 10 miles of me were being visited by 20 or 30 FBI SWAT teams, JTTF groups, every sheriff and police officer they could muster, pull people out of their homes around them like there was a bomb threat going on, to arrest some guy in his underwear with 3 children and his wife, unarmed, drag him into the streets. I mean, I saw these videos, folks. I met these people. I can tell you firsthand, it happened. It's not a myth.
Yeah.
So that kind of got me started working with these people. Do you remember, anybody remember the Bundys, Ammon Bundy, and the mess up in Oregon when the Bureau of Land Management decided they were going to take their grazing rights, and these people said, no, you said they're historical heritage rights, and they stood their ground, and it turned into armed conflict, and they all went to prison.
Oh, yes.
And,
yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And then, some of you, if you ever, anybody sees or hears of people like Pete Santilli, who were simply reporting it that day, ended up being sent to prison for years just for being involved. And so they had a very potent group of supporters who had started something called the Patriot Mail Project. And what they were doing was tracking where the government was moving these people, because they were moving them around so that their attorneys and their families couldn't get to them. They couldn't build defenses. They were playing what I consider to be the training mission for what happened on Jan 6 afterwards. You'll hear a little bit more about that. But these guys basically tracked where they were, put their addresses out there, and encourage the American patriot public to write to them, stay in contact with them, support them, help with their commissaries, keep them alive until justice could be served, which it ultimately was. And so that project kind of went into hibernation, but on July 4th of 2021, it was reactivated for the people who were being swept up in January 6th rage, which was now well over 100. And some pretty significant damages being done to individuals and to homes. And it was pretty brutal stuff. And you can read about it in the books that I wrote, which are basically testimonies of these individuals through their letters from prison. So I wrote one letter. This project was reactivated. I just closed my eyes. My wife and I decided, we could do more than just go out on the street with a sign or call my congressman. We could try and at least support some people who we thought were standing up for the right things and maybe were being treated unfairly, certainly unconstitutionally. So I just grabbed the name out of the hat from Patriot Mail Project and wrote the guy, my wife and I did, and told him how sorry we were this was happening to him. Nothing, earth shattering. Just, man, I'm really sorry. What can I do to help? And I get back this 5-page letter from an American war hero, a 30-year military veteran, a Ranger, a Green Beret. He served in almost every conflict you can think of in the last 20 years. 3 Bronze Stars, father of 2 children, Christian, never been arrested in his life. And he's been slammed in what we call the DC Gulag, which is a deactivated prison cell, group of cells in a pod in the DC Department of Corrections. And his story just rocks my world. When he tells me why he went that day and what he saw. Remember, this is somebody who's trained in insurgency. He was a Ranger, completed his tour, left the military, 9/11 happens, comes back into the military, becomes a Green Beret, and then gives the rest of his life. And in the last 10 years, had been working for the State Department doing protective services for politicians and people in really bad places. So this, you can't not like this guy. There's nothing wrong with him. He's an American war hero. He's a patriot. He's a father. He's a Christian. There's really nothing you can say that's wrong with this guy, except he went that day and he saw people being beaten and an old lady being knocked down the steps with a riot shield, not once, but twice, and he tried to intervene. And for that, he was arrested. All right, so that's how I got started. It's just one stinking letter. Just one letter changed my life because I couldn't stand, first of all, a lot of my career at IBM was spent with the military. I have a deep respect for them and for those who serve this country with their lives. And that's who this guy is.
Yeah.
And through him, I started meeting these other veterans who were being swept up in terrible raids. It seemed like the DOJ and FBI were focusing on the law enforcement and veterans who were there that day, regardless of whether they were violent or whether they just stood around and were on grounds. They were going after them with a vengeance.
Are any of the people that you correspond with, were they all people that had entered the Capitol, or were they outside?
Outside.
Outside.
Most of them were outside. I mean, a few of them went, I have a journalist who was in the building for approximately 20 seconds and received prison time.
Yeah. Yeah.
A journalist who was credentialed to be there.
Yeah.
Again,
one of the weirdest things I saw, because being from in the camp, we're here in LA, and I remember when this thing broke, we had people from the left were shouting out based on what they were, when they would turn on MSNBC, turn on CNN, they were being told that this insurrection occurred. It was highly coordinated. So anybody that was in the vicinity deserved to be swept up and put in jail. And they were saying things like, forget due process. They don't deserve it. They were part of this attempt. And I looked at it and I go, none of this looks like an insurrection. Insurrection is thought out in advance. You bring a lot of weaponry. You have a blueprint of the place. You have a whole plan in place. I know people that were there, and it's not the way things went. So that's what got me curious. And I was very saddened to see people on the left be so quick to say, you know what, we're not going to apply due process to people. Even if they did something wrong, they still deserve due process. So I see that's where you got curious, was that they were rounding people up, not giving them that proper process that we all get, where we have a chance to prove our innocence. So that obviously is a red flag right there. When did you notice the other red flags from the event itself? Like when we talk about the Fed element, or the provocateur element. Is that something you gained from talking to people, or how did that come up in your investigation? Because I think that's a huge part of the equation. A lot of people on the left don't even want to talk about it at all.
You have to. So how do you find out the truth? When I bring you into a courtroom to discover something happened during a crime or during an event, do I ask your mother's cousin's uncle about it, or do I ask the person who was involved in the event, who was there as a witness, who basically had firsthand knowledge? Which is closer to the truth when it comes to evidentiary testimony? Is it third, first, fifth person? Is it the media? Is it a government pundit? Or is it the individual and the individuals who were involved that day? Whether it be law enforcement or protesters or people who thought they were going to rallies that were actually, were permitted. They had permits for them. And even areas that were, laid out for it. All of that changed at the last minute. And therein lies some of the reasons why you talked about the red flag. So after I met Jeff, and Jeff starts telling me about what's going on, I start communicating with these other guys. In fact, Jeff calls me from the prison before gets shut down. And we start talking about what's going on. He's telling me, man, you won't believe I see these people starting this crap, and they're all dressed in 5011, clothing. They're all dressed the same. They've all got little identifying bands on. And he starts telling me about, this is how we do counterinsurgency stuff. You get in there, you agitate a crowd. This is how you overthrow governments. And so Okay, that's one person. Then I talked to 2 or 3 other people, start telling me the same thing, only in different areas where they saw this agitation, the people who knocked over the barricades, the people who began to tear down the signs and the fencing. And yeah, you know what? Suddenly we're starting to see video, cell video. If you have not done it, if anybody who's listening to me doubts any of this, there's so much evidence out there. Go look up what Parler saw. You know, Parler, the video grouping, what Parler saw. You look at this great big timeline where you can click on people's videos through the whole day. Go to stophate.com and watch the documentaries there, especially J6 True Timeline, where it's nothing, there's really no propaganda there. You're seeing things happening in synchron time. So you understand the difference between the ellipse and the capital when somebody's talking and when violence is being perpetrated. So why do we all believe these strange things, right? Why do we believe it's an insurrection of hats and flags? Why do we believe that people singing the national anthem and bowing their heads in prayer are worthy of attack with incendiary explosives? Why do we feel that there was some immediate threat to Congress that they were going to hang Mike Pence from a gallows that was basically wouldn't have held a gerbil? These are incredible lies, and they're a narrative that basically turned the American public away from the truth of the matter, or even wanting to know about the truth of the matter, and simply provoked the narrative, and then started to take these people down like they were Al-Qaeda in their neighborhoods, when in reality, many of them were very big supporters and basic elements of their community. Ministers, police officers, veterans. So what?
Yeah.
So what, right? Yeah. Oh, they were bad guys. They stormed the Capitol. No, they didn't. You have to look at these things, see where the violence begins. So I was concerned that, and just like David Summerall, who's been running Stop Hate, by the way, since the LA riots, that's a long time to be trying to stop Americans from killing each other because of political differences and cultural dissonances. He's been at this a lot longer than me. And he was at the Capitol that day with the film crew, and we began to take these things apart. David's an interesting person, and he is now the only person that the DOJ has qualified as a video investigator for January 6th, where he has access to all of that video that they're willing to put up.
Yeah.
So we know things, and we wanted to tell people things, and that's where we got into J6 Patriot News, which was our first endeavor. It became a clearinghouse, tracking these people along with Patriot Mail Project, forming initial support groups for them to handle their commissaries, their medical needs. More importantly, supporting their families, which were now bereft of their breadwinners and facing horrendous legal charges. I want everybody to know that if you get arrested for trespassing in D.C., you better have about $200,000 in your sock drawer, because that's what it'll take to find an attorney to support you there. So many of these people, just like you and I, ordinary Americans, could not afford to hire attorneys and were forced to take public defenders in the District of Columbia, which is 96% Democratic. So yeah, there was some unfairness going on there, and I tried to understand through J6 News. We talked about it. We allowed these people to post their letters, and I started posting the letters I was getting back from these individuals because I thought they were saying it so much better than I could. I mean, yeah, I can tell you all about it, but I'm Joe's uncle, right? How about you want to listen to Joe? Because Joe's got something to say that's a lot more closer to truth than what I could tell you from listening to Joe. So let's give Joe a voice, and that's what we did. We started posting their letters on J6 News, and other people who were writing and supporting these prisoners saw that and started sending their letters in. And this amazing story, it's this amazing truth began to emerge from this fog of propaganda. That was so contrary to everything everybody was hearing repeated over and over and over. And how's that go? Say something 3 times and then it sticks.
Yeah.
Well, say something 3,000 times every day on every channel and watch it stick. And that's what happened. So we wanted to unstick that. And I figured the best way to do it was to let these people talk. And that's what we did. So I started calling the jails and doing interviews on jail phones, which is sometimes pretty challenging. And then posting those interviews, those audio interviews, along with information about them on J6 News And then we started going to Rumble and, into the social media. And by God, folks, I'm telling you, in 2020, I had 0 social media presence. You could not find me on social media. I did not exist. I was a retiree and I didn't really want to get into any of that. And yet today I run like 9 platforms. So it became a mission to me. I could not see, remember, I have children. They have children. What am I supposed to say to them? That I was too self-interested in learning how to get the ball between the fairway to stop and try and save my country and their future? That it was okay for them to live in a socialist society where their freedoms were taken away because I was more interested in gardening? Now, I really felt that pull. And that letter, that first letter just set me on fire. It made me so mad. I was furious. And so I needed a moniker when I came into social media. And so I adopted Furious Tim.
Furious Tim. I love it. Furious Tim Rivers. So Tim, when you started, you said that you starting to run these social media platforms and you've never done this before. You're building kind of a following, you're building engagement, showing this information to people, these personal stories, like you said, the truth coming out. You're running all these things. That must have been quite a job. Can I ask you, what has been your experience, especially at that time? Because this is what 2021, 2022, this time frame. We started our show just after that, like right beginning of 2023. And what I learned right away doing this in this space was that there's certain topics that you got to watch out for when you talk about censorship. And
red flag.
There was Ukraine war, there's Israel, there's COVID, and there's election 2020. We know you can get flagged for these things. So my question is, did you experience any censorship when you started, or did you see anything there as far as trying to any things in play that were trying to prevent you from having these platforms? And what did you do about it when you discovered that?
Yeah, well, first of all, you're pilloried, right? And right away you become the target of the left. And I say that laughingly because it's not really the left anymore. Yeah. It's just this contentious desire to only fall in one category or another without understanding what we share. What do we share in the country? What can we find? It's all about conflict, and you don't get anywhere with conflict. It's two forces counterposed and locked in combat. You can't go one way, you can't go the other. You're locked, and that's what we've been for so many years. And I felt that that I really couldn't do much more in social media. I felt like I was doing more whining than winning, if that makes any sense to you. Yeah, people were hearing us, people are seeing it, but we weren't. Social media was so ephemeral. It felt that way to me, and I figured that there needed to be more permanence. And there's nothing more permanent than a book. Yeah. And so I started, Marie Goodwin and I, who was the mother of a January 6er, after we formed January 6, J6 Patriot News, we'd been running it for about 6 months, and the letters were beginning to just pour in. In fact, they were kind of overshadowing the work that we were doing and tracking these guys and talking about their courts or their lack of court. And both her and my wife said, you got to do something more. This is, you're just not getting beyond the wall. There's a wall. And we could see it. You'd put a post out there and it'd start taking off, and all of a sudden it would come to a screeching halt in number of posts out. Hell, we've had some documentaries that took off 300,000 posts in the first 3 days and then stopped and have not moved in 6 months. Tell me about it. Yeah, censorship is real, especially in the social media environment. And so we had a hard time getting through that. And that's what eventually caused me to create the American Gulag Chronicles. Right. Both as a platform on Telegram and also as a nonprofit, because I had a vision. I was beginning to really emote with the families, not just the people who were being persecuted directly and imprisoned unjustly and denied bail for trespassing, for God's sakes, and placed in jail cells with murderers, rapists, and cartel members. And these are ordinary people like you or me that you played golf with, or you went to church with, or maybe you sat down and had a beer. I mean, these are ordinary people, folks. When you read these letters and you see who they are, you're going to go, insurrectionists? Really? Oh, yeah. It's so anyway, that was this truth that was being so deeply covered up that we decided that that the books were important, but that the family, the collateral damage that was happening to families and children, businesses, lives lost, homes lost. You know, suddenly you lose the breadwinner. 2 months later, you can't make the mortgage. They come and get the car. You're living with your mom. The kids are living with the sister. I mean, this is real. The collateral damage was so much greater and so intentional in the way it was done. And so it felt like, man, we were just bleeding here. America needed to hear this stuff. I mean, this is your tax dollars doing this. Are you okay with that? Do you really know what your dollars are doing right now to other Americans? And forget about their politics. Again, I've asked you to put your politics aside here. I want to talk about basic rights as a citizen of the country, constitutional and civil. And so these people were having all of those things denied them. And their families were also being really persecuted as well, both politically and socially. In some cases, even they're losing their jobs, you know, wives and other family members being identified and then instantly being insurrectionists because of that narrative. Forget the fact that the guy's a deputy sheriff and he's never been arrested in his life, and his wife runs the damn daycare at the local Baptist church, and his children are smart. No, it doesn't matter. He's an insurrectionist because he was on Capitol grounds that day. And so this narrative needed to be dispelled in a way that was a little more permanent than social media posts. And so the first book, which I don't have in reach, maybe I do. First book was called Letters from Prison. And that's exactly what it is. In here, you're going to see their letters, the actual letters and the transcripts from them, the artwork that they do from prison, the stories that they've written. It was really rough stuff because this was the DC gulag where things were really bad, where you're being persecuted by basically a staff that is convinced that Trump lovers or supporters or whatever, you know, should die. In fact, the warden actually said that in a social media post. The warden of the DC gulag actually said that Trump supporters should all be killed. And this is who's in charge of your care, right? And what happens in here is a horror story. And America needs to hear it. And you hear what's going on in DC. It's not just the J6ers who are receiving this treatment. It's almost every prisoner in America. What these guys were discovering and unveiling was the deep, deep corruption that has seized our corrections environment and how it works in collusion with justice and the Marshal Service in order to create an ongoing financial benefit to these organizations and private prisons and services. It is a travesty, and it's your tax dollars that's doing it. But even worse, what these guys went through. So first book covers their first year really, and it ends up, you know, in a really bad place. And I just ran out of, okay, we did a whole year. We're now sitting in January of the following year, and, you know, you're now at 200 and counting. These guys are making raids every day. And some of the stories are just incredible. So people offer to come in and surrender themselves, and yet they set up for them at 5 a.m, kick their doors in, throw flashbangs at senior citizens, drag children into the yard and point ARs with lasers at them. This is not what we expect in America, but it is something that Alexander Solzhenitsyn warned us about in his book, The Archipelago, the Gulag Archipelago. And it's one of the reasons I adopted Gulag as the name for the DC and, of course, for the Chronicles. Look at this flag behind me. You're going to say, oh, that's a disgrace. You used the POW symbol. Yes, we did, because that's what these people were. They were political prisoners of war in many ways. And what you see over here, probably very faintly, is the 11 signatures of the men that we liberated from Coleman Prison that night on January 21st at 2 a.m. in the morning at about 30 degrees outside. We liberated every single one of them in this country. And that's important because I think it's now they're unbound. Their stories were constrained. You could only hear their tales through their letters. In the second book, The Art of Confinement, covering the second and third year, they realize now that they weren't really bad guys. They were political pawns in this game that was taking place between socialism and the underpinnings of the republic. And I say that unabashedly. My father was a history major and a professor, and he taught a class to students called Problems of American Democracy, where it compared the concepts of communism and socialism and the concepts of our republic and democracies. And it was a very telling class because it exposed the underpinnings and the faults of both types of government. and gave people an understanding of the differences between them. And you couldn't graduate high school in Florida without it. And now we don't even teach social studies.
Yeah.
And so I think we're at this point where leaving a permanent record for the next generation who have been denied a permanent record and who have seen permanent records of our past being erased. Important lessons. Matt, these are important lessons. We bled for these lessons. Why would we erase them so that future generations have to repeat them? It just doesn't make sense. And so that second book, The Art of Confinement, was really telling, where people have begun to, first of all, faith plays a lot in all of these books and all of these letters. You're going to hear stories of faith that are just it's going to make the hair stand up on the back of your neck. It's so chilling what has happened inside. I made an analogy that I thought that the Biden administration and the DOJ wanted to grind these people, and they like lumps of coal. They wanted to just grind them in the dust. And instead, they ended up making diamonds. This is the hardest substance on the planet. And these people are hard, and they're coming out, and they're running for office. I just did, and we'll talk about the trials in a minute, the J6 inquiry trials, but we just interviewed the highest ranking military J6er that was held, Lieutenant Colonel Larry Brock. This guy is an American war hero. 3,000 hours in the A-10 Thunderbolt close air support, 357 of those combat hours in the Middle East, 30-year veteran of the military, and an incredible patriot. And what he had to say about what was done to him and about the inability to even generate a defense, the way the DOJ and everybody treated these folks, is very telling, because it can happen to anybody if it can happen to him. And in this last book, the last year, right up to the day, I mean, this very last letter in here is on January 20th of 2025, the day before they were liberated, pardoned. You're going to hear exactly how they've understood their role in what's happened in America in the last 5 years. And it's telling, and they realize that in many ways, they have been the sacrifice of liberty. Some folks may say, well, they weren't, they were all insurrectionists and they were da-da-da. Folks, you gotta open your eyes, put aside your political differences, listen to the truth, look for the truth. Even more importantly, don't be so complacent that you are the one-click purveyor of news. One click and you accept it. Look deeper. Look for other views. Look like this show right here. This is a perfect example of giving forums a fair chance so that you can find the truth instead of just revealing over and over again the falsities of the background behind you. Frank Zappa once said that when the cost of maintaining the facade of liberty would get too expensive, they would turn up the house lights, pull away the chairs, pull back the curtain, rip away the scenery, and you would see the brick wall of tyranny behind you. And damn if that didn't happen to many of us in the last 4 to 5 years. And I think it's important that we not only record that, but that we record how it was defeated. And in this last book, In the Road to Freedom, instead of doing introductions to each of the sections of letters, trying to give you an illumination of what was happening during that time frame, because these are chronicles, so you're hearing it as it happens in time through these 3 books. The last book, there's such a difference in what happens in their understanding of their role and in how they see their future role. And lo and behold, these people are running for Congress, they're running for State House, they're running for their Senate, they're running for their local political offices. They feel the need to make America remember what America is. And maybe, we always see these pendulums going too far one way and too far the other. I like many people today, I'm watching this pendulum swing really hard in one direction. I'm wondering where it will stop. How do we finally find the middle again without destroying everything that we've worked so hard to find as a coalition of Americans? It's very disturbing. And so I thought there needed to be a record of that.
Yeah.
And so the letters are a record, right? And when we look back at the narrative that each of us or many of us swallowed, it all started with this thing called the January 6th Select Committee. Whatever you want to say about that committee, it was illegally formed by the rules of Congress. By their own rules, it failed all validity as a properly combined or convened committee. It had no authority in that case. What it did with the real truth and the evidence, the destruction of evidence, which many J6ers were arrested for, was called 1512C, obstruction of an official proceeding, was originally put there for Enron when people were shredding evidence about all the bad things that that company had done and involved itself with another bookkeeping company that was also shredding as fast as they could go. That's what that was about, was destroying evidence once you had been indicted for something. It had nothing to do with walking around on the Capitol or even having anything to do with a legal assembly of the legislature. It's all about courts and trials. Well, these people really did violate 1512C, because now there have been all types of committees and investigative groups that have been legally formed, and they're destroying evidence. And that is a 1512C violation, which is 20 years in federal prison.
Yeah. So we see these type of theater pieces happen a lot. We see them, they put the committee together. We know that they hired producers for ABC or whatever the network was on board. They had actual TV producers putting the J6 committee together, so people would tune in as family and watch these this very well scripted TV show where it was, we're going to get, it's good guys versus the bad guys. We're going to get them, and then we're going to pretend that this is actual justice happening, where we know that it was just theater. So yeah, we looked at that's something that did not play well to us being in our space, because we're like, that's not how a committee is supposed to be formed. But yet we've seen this before. We saw that with the 9/11 commission. We see these little commissions being put together and then telling us, oh yeah, we're checking every box, we're going through all the information. No, you're just doing your job of deflecting information and only picking and choosing stuff you want the public to see. And you're also, what they're also doing is they're reverse engineering an outcome they already determined, and then they're reverse engineering that and then giving us that story basically as a script. So we recognized all of that as it was happening, but so many people on the left did not want to see that. I guess, can I ask you this, sure, Tim, about because you mentioned the big day, I guess, was January 2025, earlier this year, when the pardons happened. So Trump gets into office, and the idea is that he's going to right all these wrongs, starting with the pardons. Do you feel that as big of a moment that was, do you feel that there's more he could have done, or is there more that he couldn't do, where is that communication now that the people you've been working with and communicating with, and their perspective of that? Are we in the phase of this story of this is where justice happens, or we're only getting a little of it? Where are you in that part of the story as far as Trump's role in this right now as president right now?
We've all been to Mar-a-Lago. Almost all of our advocacy groups, including myself, have been to Mar-a-Lago, have spoken to people down there, have delivered the books. We went into the halls of Congress with letters from prison and put a copy in every member of Congress's hands, Senate and House. They cannot say they don't know. And yet people like Massey and other folks who promised all these investigations have done nothing. And so where do we stand with that? Well, we wrote the advocacy group, and led by Suzanne Monk and the J6 Action PAC, actually created the blueprint for the pardons in the J6 Pardon Project. Just look that up, January 6th Pardon Project, and you'll see that we provided the Trump administration with the correct blueprint, a database of prisoners, a database of offenses, and which ones were correct and which ones had been improperly charged. I mean, really, it was yeoman's work. And produced the book, but then went to Congress and went to all of Trump's staff and provided the groundwork. The difference was that the blueprint called for pardons of innocence, and what came down was just straight pardons. So why is that a bad thing? Well, I was just talking about somebody. I'll just use Colt McAbee as an example, who is a deputy sheriff. He's still a criminal. Oh, he's pardoned, he's free, yes. But you didn't erase his criminal conviction. By giving him a pardon, you freed him from prison, but you left him with the onus of an improper conviction. And so we felt that pardons of innocence are still needing to be done. We are expecting Ed Martin to listen to us, who's now the new pardon attorney general. But to be frank, many J6ers feel that they are forgotten now. That, okay, you got the pardons, go on about your way, be happy that you got justice. That wasn't justice, folks. If I was illegally charged and improperly convicted, giving me a pardon and leaving me a criminal is not justice. It's not. And so I think there's a lot to be done. And you have to remember 1,559 people were indicted. Think about how many people that is. Does your church hold that many people? 1,559 people were indicted. How many of those were veterans? Well over 200 and something. The number was, in the beginning, was really high. And I think that the end number ended up about 20% of the people arrested and indicted were veterans. There's some really hinky things that went on there, and we don't have enough time in the show to talk about it, but I do feel the Trump administration has more to do, that pardons of innocence are really required. We have people who weren't pardoned, whose sentences were simply commuted, who were convicted of ridiculous charges of insurrection, which nobody did. Again, there's a lot there. Legally, I think justice has failed us.
Yeah.
We're not even talking about, how do you recompense these people for the hundreds of thousands of dollars, the loss of their lives, their businesses, the destructions of their family, the divorces of their life. I mean, the damage is so great. If people have no idea, but if you read these books, you'll get an idea, folks. Yeah. I guarantee you, if you read Letters from Prison, somewhere in that book, you're either going to throw the book against the wall or you're going to start crying, because this is your country that's doing this.
So
that's where we are now, but we're not done. This committee, we talked about the committee. Where's the committee now? Where's the new committee? Where is this public, real investigation? We begged for it 6 months, 7 months down the road, nothing, crickets. And so again, the J6 advocacy groups got their heads together, and we are holding our own panel. We're not a hearing. We're not a court. We're not talking about if you're guilty or you're innocent. We're simply giving the people who should have been before Congress the opportunity to come before a panel of experts and testify about what happened that day, how they were treated, how they were processed through the court and justice system, and what are their lives like today, so the American public can hear truth. How easy is this? All you had to do was let them talk. And what are you afraid of, Congress? Good Lord, what have you got to hide? Well, that's my big question. Right now we've finished our 7th witness out of 24. There are 4 individual sessions with 6 witnesses, and we're talking each session runs almost an easy 8 hour, just like a Senate hearing. And you will listen to these people tell you in their own words, and sometimes very emotionally, about why they went that day, what happened to them, what they saw, how they were treated in courts and in prisons, and what they're doing about it today. And I think that's an important lesson, because nobody believes that Alexander Solzhenitsyn tried to tell America and the world that it can happen to you. And people don't believe it. But I think January 6th opened a lot of eyes, not only about what can happen when you take your eye off the ball. What is that? How's that go? The price of freedom is eternal vigilance, not every now and then. And we took our eye off the ball, and look what happened here. I think many people believe that the country was in deep jeopardy, both economically and socially, maybe even culturally. And so here we are, 6-7 months after this gentleman's taken office. The country's in turmoil, riots in the street, ICE deporting all these people, verges of World War III around the world. And here we are, getting all hot and bothered because we didn't get pardons. Well, it's important. Justice is important. Justice delayed is justice denied. And these people have had justice delayed for 5 years. So that's why we're doing the courts of inquiry. That's why we wrote the book. That's why we did the documentaries. That's why we will keep doing it until Congress acknowledges the truth and brings it to the American public. And if they're scared to do it, Matt, it's my job. I got news for you. Every citizen born or accepted into this country accepts a duty, whether they like it or not. They're a citizen of the Republic. Yes, the Republic. They're a citizen of the Republic. They have a duty to preserve it and protect it. It's not Congress's job. Those are just the idiots we hired. It's really our job. If you own a business and your employees don't show up for work and you can't serve the food to your customers and you can't get your supplies, what do? Do you just sit there and go, oh, well, nobody's doing anything? Heck no, you roll your sleeves up, you go in the back room, you start making dinners, or you start packing materials. Well, that's what you need to do, America. Get off your butt and do your job. Demand your Congress do theirs. They're your hirelings. They work for you, not us for them. 202-224-3124. 3121. 202-224-3121 is your congressional switchboard. Give them your zip code, ask to speak to your representatives, and then tell them what they need to do. Would you let your employee just like do whatever he wants, or do you give him a set of tasks to complete every day? Well, Congress is running amok, and the government is shut down right now, and nothing is happening because people are too stubborn to admit that there are better things that affect everybody than just one particular class of people. And,
no, that's well said. And I will even add to that, another reason people don't understand what you're talking about is because they're also stuck in their little camp, and they're not understanding the opportunity that might be right in front of them right now to align a larger movement of people holding Congress accountable. Because like you mentioned, Tim, there is a lot of chaos right now on the home front. There's a lot of people right now that are losing their ability to have due process. There's a lot of First Amendment challenges right now, because we talk about these things as principles, right? We talk about the freedom of speech, everything in the First Amendment. By the way, there's a lot of stuff in there. If people haven't looked at it, there's a lot of stuff in that first one there. Before we even get to number two, there's a lot in that number one. And you got the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, the freedom of sharing information, having conversations, having opinion, the freedom to gather, the freedom to protest, the freedom we have religion, we have the freedom of the duty of the government not to impose religion. All of that is in the same amendment. It's very fascinating, all in number one. And so the one I think the big disconnect right now, Tim, and I think it's pretty sad to me that you have, Trump coming in, does these pardons, like you explained, didn't go all the way with it. You have Congress kind of ignoring all the work you guys have done of doing. You literally have to do your own, put your own committee together, because it's just kind of hit a wall and there's no action happening right now. But at the same time, we got this same problem happening to other Americans in the streets that maybe not only were not paying attention to January 6th, they were the ones that we talked about earlier that were very much for people on January 6th being locked up without due process. Well, it is happening to them now. And I ask you, do you see this, I hope, as an opportunity, but before even seeing it as an opportunity, do you see this as a red flag that the guy coming in that's supposed to be championing the First Amendment, the right to gather, right, the right to protest an election, do you think he's going in the opposite direction? The fact that he doesn't seem like he's holding those principles in play when it comes to his adversaries or people that are protesting and gathering, I don't know, to end a genocide or to be anti-war. Do you think that that's not being applied there either? And does that concern people in the community that is championing the January 6th justice? Does that concern anyone in that camp? I'm asking you because it seems to be the thing you mentioned, the chaos we're seeing right now in the streets.
Yeah, you know what? January 6ers have a lot more in common with BLM than you might think.
Right.
Because they're both a community that has been selected for persecution by the government. And Black people have been, January 6ers are just a very recent and very visible incarnation of this selective justice, but it's been going on for a long time. And that's one of the things I think I'm the most proud of the advocacy groups that we worked with, is that we have unveiled for the public, and we will continue to do so, the corruption and the degradation of our correction system and the complicity of it with our justice system in order to win a case at any cost. You know what the old credo of justice was? Was justice at any cost. Justice at any cost. Better than 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man go to jail. You remember that?
Yes.
Well, flip it on its head. Just turn it the other way around. Better than 100 innocent men will go to prison for a political cause than the guilty guy who will just go free with his laptop.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Right.
It feels very wrong. Okay. I'm 70
Yeah.
years old. I've got a right to kind of look backwards over a longer period of time than most people and see the changes that the country has gone through. And I'm telling you, politics are ephemeral. I was a Democrat. Wow. Big surprise. My whole family was Democrat from the Deep South. But then Democrats weren't representing what I believed anymore. I became a libertarian. Woo! Well, that didn't work out so well either. So then I became an independent. I'm just going to vote for the good people, right? Well, kind of hard to find those guys. And now, am I a Republican? Damn, I don't even know. The uniparty's in power. I don't know if it matters which ones you're at. You're both going to get persecuted.
Yeah.
And so I kind of feel like politics is the bad guy here. We've allowed this politics. And yes, I'm afraid that pendulum will swing too far in retribution.
Yeah.
That there is a desire to see biblical eye for an eye, do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
It's crazy because what a missed opportunity. You would think in a different like dimension that you had the guy that was the guy that got the rigging of the election of 2020, and he comes back and he dodges the bullet literally, and he comes. You would think like in some other story that we're not living in this reality, but in another reality, it would be an opportunity to come up and say what they did to me, what they did to people that showed up for their First Amendment right. I will never allow again to happen to any other people, even my political adversary. What a wasted moment in our story as our country, right? Because it's like to drop the ball so purposely. It's not an accident. It's on purpose. It is eye for an eye. You're 100% right. And here we are, divided more than ever. You have people still without justice from J6, and you got people being locked up right now, denied justice, and both sides more at each other's throats than ever before. And we're in more of a war state than we've ever been. We literally have Pete, or what's his name? They call him the Secretary of War. Like we're literally becoming this ferocious, antagonistic, aggressive being that will not stop at anything and will not stop at destroying ourselves right here. What a wasted opportunity. How can we get out of the political parties and start some sort of movement, Tim? Because I've never seen J6 people talking with BLM people. I've never seen anti-war activists.
Oh, no.
I've never seen them in the same space. How do you get them all in the same space? Is that ever going to happen?
The spokesperson for BLM came out and lauded J6ers for their role in exposing prison reform needs. I think we're not as far apart as you might think. I think Antifa, don't confuse Antifa and BLM, first of all. I think Antifa is a very different animal. That is a Soros-generated organization that is literally foreign funded, that is about insurrection.
Well, I think that we talk about Soros. I think it's easy for Trump to say it. I feel like we have this connection of CIA, FBI with all of them. You said it was so. I think that's easy to blame on a foreign entity, but I do think there's something.
Well, it's deep state. We call it deep state, but it's bigger than any one state. It's deep world.
It's a blueprint they've used over and over. You create the provocateurs in the thing. You make it extreme, and you demonstrate to the rest of the country. Oh, look how bad they are. We got to go in and bring in. We got to bring in the military. We got to fix them. These people are out of their mind. You create the radical part of the movement, where the movement itself started in an innocent way at the beginning, and then it was captured. I think that's what we see over and over. But yet people can only see it when it happens on their side. They can't see that you also get captured on the other side. The people who disagree with also get captured and get played on each other. So that's from my vantage point. But I think we're agreeing on this.
I think the way you get away from it, I think the way you disarm the politics of it all is to work at it from a moral platform, from a moral ground. Okay, so morality is a pretty fine, it's kind of wavy line, right? As of right now, anyway. But there are morals that are, I think most people understand the difference between right and wrong. And maybe not. Maybe maybe we've gotten so confused with our being the most propagandized population on the planet that we don't even understand what right and wrong is anymore. But from my perspective, the way I fought this is I saw a need, people suffering, things that did not seem right, justice denied, the values that I believe in America that my father fought in the Korean War for, my father-in-law, who I care for now, fought in the Korean War for. Those values of the right to choose your own form of government, the right to be free, to make your, like you say, First Amendment. Not everybody's got these kind of amendments or constitutional protections in the world. We are rarities to be able to say what we want and do what we want.
For now.
For now. But those things are, you can work to support those things. Work for the good. Try not to be part of the conflict. Try to be part of the solution. I wrote the books to awaken America, but the money I made from the books, I put into a nonprofit, and I used that to save the families and feed the prisoners. That was a positive thing to do with the effort, right? It's got nothing to do with politics. I'm saving people. I'm saving people. When I do these panels of inquiry, which I've been serving as the chair on, I'm simply revealing truth. I'm not trying to convince you of right or wrong or guilt or innocence or you were. I'm just letting people speak and asking probing questions that make them reveal more of what they were and what they saw. And I think that's important. That's. I think we expect our lawmakers to do that, and it's not happening.
Yeah,
we should have expected more people to stand up about J6, and it didn't happen. They were scared into compliance. And that's kind of, I'm going to read you the last page. One of the last things that I wrote here in this closing of the book. There are critical moments in human history shape the future directions of men and nations that are molded by the events and struggles of the past. In 1772, the colonists of America were under political and military siege by the Crown of England. The colonists, desiring nothing but the liberty to pursue their lives in peace, were chafing under a growing series of edicts, laws, and taxes meant to hold them under the firm grip of British authority and rule. And using the concept of law as the goad and vehicle of oppression, the Crown began to punish the arrogance of new colonies in earnest for their disobedience to authority and power. Those who spoke out against these laws and taxation found themselves in the crosshairs of a more physical tyranny. Midnight raids against homes of suspected dissidents became a commonplace occurrence. Violent, destructive searches of properties, confiscations of goods, onerous fines were levied against entire populaces in retribution for the actions and resistance of a few brave men and women. History repeats itself, my friend. Those who do not study and understand history are doomed to repeat it. And we repeated it here briefly in a span of about 4 years, where we saw corruption and tyranny be really supreme in the country, in my point of view, from my perspective. Maybe other people didn't see it that way. But I saw a loss of integrity, not only in the honesty of government, but in the pursuit and the adherence to justice for all. As it says over the top of the Supreme Court's, equal justice under law. Tell me where equal justice has played in this country in the last 10 years.
We haven't seen it anywhere.
Yeah.
People get justice. The ones because it's unequal. The people get justice are the people in power. They get the people with the laptops. They get to walk away and go home. Right? They get the justice.
But if you got a voice, people don't use their voice. You have a voice. Look how you use your voice, Matt. Look how I use my voice. How about everybody who's listening to us? 202-224-3121. Toll-free call. How easy is this?
Yeah.
But if you don't speak up, you get whatever was served for the day.
Yeah. Well, Tim, before you go, I'm going to throw this up. This is the you're mentioning the book. Here they are here on the American Gulag Chronicles website. People can check that out. Let me see if I can scroll here. Yeah, here we go.
It's easy to remember too. It's lettersfromprison.us, just like the first book. Lettersfromprison.us, and take you right to the page. You get a little preview. You can see some of the pages of the book, and
there you go.
Understand the artwork is just stunning when you realize that it was done from prison with no supplies. I got a guy who crushed up M&M shells and liquefied them to make colors, plucked the hairs out of his head with an old pen and made a brush. And he created these incredible images that you just are going to say that's somebody who had an art degree or something. Actually, the cover picture.
Yeah.
Look at this.
No. Yeah, the covers are incredible.
These are all done. These are all the art in these books are done by prisoners, all by
Wow.
J6 messages. Just an incredible display of who they are, who they really are.
Awesome.
So yeah, join them. The money that you put into the books, one, you're going to own a piece of history because that's what these are. These are historical documents. And in the last book, you're going to own a blueprint for how to defeat tyranny as an individual, as just a Tim Rivers.
So this one is letters from prison.us. Is that what you is that?
Yep, letters from prison.us. And if you haven't listened to any of our inquiries yet, which, you know, of course, we're being censored, which is why we created Unredacted Media to try and get around the walls, drop in at stophate.com/J6inquiry and listen to these testimonies for yourself. They will blow your socks off. And then maybe you'll pick up that phone and go, 202-224-3121. I want to speak to my congressman.
Yeah. Love it. Thank you for sharing with us today. The furious Tim Rivers. Thanks so much, Tim, and we'll keep the conversation going in the future.
Thanks.
All right. Tim Rivers, everyone. The furious Tim Rivers. These are the type of discussions we love having on the show because it is about us coming together with a populist movement where we can have these discussions. And what do you know? We seem to agree on a lot more than we didn't. That's shocking. That's what they didn't want us to know, right? They didn't want us to know that we could have a discussion like this and agree on the bullet point that Craig Pasta said on his way out from the previous discussion with Garland Nixon. What he said was, we're the most propagandized nation in the planet. And I think once people wake up to that, then we can start opening up our eyes and our minds to learning information that was kept from us. I think that's part of propaganda. It's not just them lying to us. It's them keeping information from us. That's the real discovery. And what do you know? Once you realize that, there's a lot of new stuff we can learn, a lot of stuff they didn't teach us in school. Okay. We have more show, guys. We have a lot more show. I'm going to get to your guys' comments really soon. I think we're going to do a HOLLYWOKE update first, and then we'll get right to your comments after that. And then we got some more after that. So don't go anywhere. Actually, we're just going to go right into it. I got a HOLLYWOKE I got it queued up already. So let's do that. And I'm seeing your guys' comments. Thank you guys so much. We'll get to you guys soon on Talking Back. We'll be diving into the Rumble comments and the YouTube comments coming up after this next segment. But for now, let's look at this week in HOLLYWOKE. Here we go. This week in HOLLYWOKE, we're seeing some studios doubling down on Zionism programming, and they have to do this. Why? Well, because we've had so many actors and producers and crew members over the last several weeks sign on to the protest that they are going to refuse to work on productions that are working with Israel-funded companies, therefore putting Hollywood in kind of a bind right now. So they have to double down. So we're going to look at a couple of them that are doubling down right now. The first one being Paramount, because Paramount has a new propaganda series, which debuted today on October 7th. It's called Red Alert. I'm going to play the trailer for you, and then we're going to talk about it. Here we go. Here is Red Alert from the newly acquired Paramount by Zionist Larry Ellison. Here's the trailer, guys. Enjoy.
ראית שמפן?
בעזה? כשהייתי ילד היו ניסים לשנה את זה.
ולא פחדת?
היום אני לא מפחד.
יודעת שאני חולה עליך.
Did they say Allah Akbar? Of course he did. All right. So when are they gonna? I'm waiting for the shot of Netanyahu making the call for the Hannibal directive. I'm waiting for that shot. You think that's coming? Let's see.
זה בקיבוץ?
افتحوا الشباك.
Oh my God. Producer of Kill Bill and Pulp Fiction. Oh. Well, you got to have your guns and you got to have your shock and awe, right? So you can sell tickets. Yeah, that's you got to have. Let's see who else. They're going to put some other credits up here. What else do they got? Oh, the executive producer of Homeland. Of course, it's the executive producer of Homeland. Of course it is. We know Homeland. That was the CIA Mossad propaganda show on Showtime, which told you that our entire CIA operation was to stop Palestinian terrorists. That's what the show was about. You guys remember Claire Danes? You remember that whole thing? We have to stop the psychopath Muslim Palestinian terrorists that are trying to invade our country, right? Because Hamas has that ability. By the way, they can certainly, with all their resources and money and ammo and equipment and technology and weapons and checks they get. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's Israel. I'm sorry. I mixed that up. Israel's the one with all the unlimited money they get from us. My bad. Okay, well, let's see what else.
חיים שלי, ירובי. אני בא אלייך לוחמים. צועים אליי! בן שלי, ראית את הבן שלי? אני אהיה פה בחוץ לדלת. הם יחזרו. אבו שאתה שם?
All right, I'm sure they're zooming up. They're going to cut to the shot of the cars, the 300 cars that were destroyed by the IDF by instruction, right? That's got to be the next shot. That'd be a badass shot, by the way. If they zoomed out, did an overhead, just kind of showed you those cars all destroyed by Israel. That'd be an awesome shot. I wonder if they're going to show it.
Please, not the wallet.
Oh. Well, that was a helicopter. I wonder, was that an IDF helicopter shooting at Israelis? Is that what I just saw? The day that wouldn't end.
Come with us.
You took already one child.
בוא נלך הביתה.
Oh, they got to get home in there, don't they? Let's go home. You know, your home was not your home, right? You know that was illegally seized from a Palestinian family, right? Well, they had to put that in at the end. And no, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. You're not going to get the shot of Netanyahu doing the stand down order, whoever gave the stand down order. You're not going to get the shot of the IDF blowing up all those cars, attacking Israel citizens. You're not going to get any of that in this. I guarantee you. You know how we know you're not going to get any of that? Well, because of Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison of Oracle got about 80% control over Paramount through his son David's Skydance merger that covers CBS, MTV, Nickelodeon, BET, and Paramount. He's also snagging TikTok, which we know that deal's going through. So TikTok is gone. All these networks are gone. Paramount for sure, which is where this series has debuted today. Rumors are now swirling that he's eyeing out Warner Brothers as well. That would include the DCU. So all that Superman reference that you guys saw, we covered the Superman making the statement about a foreign country with all of the military power and backing of the U.S. Destroying another country that did not have that ability to defend itself. That's in Superman. I'm sure if Larry Ellison gets involved, he's going to have to sit down and have a talk with these guys at Warner Brothers DC and tell them we can't have that anymore in Superman films. He's got to be Israel first. I mean, America first. I mean, Israel first. I mean, you know the deal. You know, the truth, justice, and the Israel way, right? It's always been that way. Okay. Oh, and he's also looking at the bottom of this Discovery, which could pull in CNN, HBO, and Max. So they're all connected because Warner Brothers has deals with HBO Max as well. And then CNN would be part of that whole thing. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And if you know his past, Larry Ellison donated $9 million to the IDF, 2014, $16.6 million in 2017 for their training facilities. He publicly bragged about it. It ties them to pro-Israel causes, of course. Obviously, people on X are freaking out about potential bias in media. Oh, potential? You think? Potential bias? On speech, critics say his grip could throttle pro-Palestine content or push right-wing narratives, whatever you want to call it. It's establishment, pro-war, pro-Zionist narratives, because that also includes left-wing narratives, by the way. Left-wing is also captured by the Zionists. So it's not left or right. This is top-down algorithms tweaking what you see on TikTok and CBS News. We're already seeing the damage done on TikTok. We're already seeing it. Okay. There's the piece of shit on the left. I think that's his son on the right. And there you go. And as far as what's not in that trailer, and I'm not looking forward to watching that piece of crap. I'm not going to do it. It seems like total fiction to me because we know for a fact this won't be in it. We know this for a fact. This is fact. This is not up for debate. The IDF carried out Hannibal Directive, new sort of Dacomolas operation on October 7th, the Jerusalem Post. Everybody has agreed that this happened, that Air Force would carry out around 945 attacks with helicopters firing 1,100 times, which leads to this actual shot. This is not from the TV show. This is actual real life photography of the cars that were annihilated. This was, I believe, at the music festival. They were all destroyed. And then Israel tried to bury all the cars and say we have to do it for a religious purpose. So you can't actually look at the evidence of what actually happened, because then you could trace all the artillery. You could trace everything back to Israel, which it eventually was, and they all have admitted it, and it's all out in the open, and that's that. Now, how many people are never going to want to listen to this and believe it? Well, that's on them, because this is all facts, and we know all the other stuff has been debunked. We know that the 40 beheaded babies has been debunked. We know the babies in ovens has been debunked. We know the raping, and there's no evidence of the raping that they claimed that Hamas did. You don't have any victims coming forward. You have third parties pretending that they heard someone say it and then they didn't, and then the family said it didn't happen. You heard all of that. So we know all of that. All that's true. It's not going to be in this show on Paramount, the Zionist show called Red Alert. Who else is up to no good right now in Hollywood? Apple TV. Apple TV's doing this show. It's a Jessica Chastain thriller. They had to postpone it. Why? Why did Apple TV postpone their thriller about Jessica Chastain? It's inspired by a secretive ADL unit. New York Times report says the charged atmosphere around Charlie Kirk's murder has delayed the release of the Savant, which is based on real life, highly covert anti-extremist monitor. So what is this about? Like it says, so Jessica Chastain, we're rooting for her. She's the good guy who has to infiltrate hate groups that want to kill people, and they got to stop them from the inside. So they're justifying the behavior of the CIA and the Mossad. They're justifying how, again, this is just like Homeland. This is just like all of these shows that justify that we have to go to certain lengths to do whatever we got to do to stop the bad guy. And the bad guy is anybody else but us. Anybody else but us. And that's too bad for Jessica Chastain, because she seems like she worked so hard on the character. That's her. She's worked so hard on this character we're rooting for in the ADL that has to infiltrate a hate group because the ADL are good guys. They delayed the release. It puts the this is the spotlight on the secretive division within the Anti-Defamation League. They're charged with infiltrating online hate groups and stop real world violence. Oh, that's all they do. They don't do anything else. They do good guy things. They don't do bad guy things. The ADL doesn't do anything bad. Right? Yeah, that's it. So what does this remind you of? Oh, you guys remember 2012? Jessica Chastain starred in Zero Dark 30, a CIA-produced propaganda film used to falsely justify their own brutal torture program and to perpetrate the lie that bin Laden's body was dumped in the ocean. But sure, the postponement of the Savant, that's what gives me chills. It's all BS, guys. It's all BS. That's what Hollywood has come to. We call it HOLLYWOKE because HOLLYWOKE. And yeah, sometimes we don't associate this war propaganda with wokeness, but I'm telling you guys, it's all the same shit. They tell you these are the boxes you have to check. This is what you have to do to get in the door, to get in the club, to get in the Academy Awards. You better be making a Holocaust film or a World War II film or a slavery film. There's certain boxes you have to check, DEI boxes, all that stuff. You guys know how it works. That's where HOLLYWOKE has come to. And now with AI coming in, the whole thing is going to be one big effing scam of a joke, and it's all theater. It's all theater. But hopefully you now have better tools to work with. I know I do. We have better tools to work with where we can spot this stuff before it arrives in our in our scroll, before it arrives on our suggested list on Netflix and Amazon. We can see it in advance. We know what they're up to. Top Gun Maverick. We know what they're up to. October 7th. I mean, come on, please. Okay. That's it for this week in HOLLYWOKE. All right, guys, get your comments, questions ready. We're going to have a discussion with you right now. Let me just throw this up. This is Talking Back with Matt. We're on at The Homeless Left on Rumble and X. We're on at THL Presents on YouTube, and we're at Matt Weinglass on X and on Facebook. So we're going to get to as many as we can. Let's go ahead. I'm going to play in the intro, and we'll be talking to you guys right here. Let's do this. Here we go. It's Talking Back with Matt. We've had a pretty crazy show today on the second anniversary of October 7th. A day which shall live in infamy, as they say. Never forget. Never again to us, right? You guys remember that. Never again to us. But yeah, here we are, and we still have a genocide. We still have 78 years of illegal occupation and apartheid. Today we talked with Garland Nixon. He came on. We had co-host Craig Pasta Jardula, and we just finished. We finished a HOLLYWOKE segment about Zionist films in Hollywood, particularly Paramount, which is now owned by Larry Ellison, and AppleTV's new film starring CIA favorite Hollywood star Jessica Chastain. And we also had a discussion about J6 with activist author Tim. Tim Rivers. That was a great conversation. So we're going to get to you guys right now. Let's see. I did have to point out some super chats early, and I do appreciate we had some super chats come through. Let me see. I'm trying to get to the beginning here. Okay. Applejack, thank you for the suit. You did a few of them for us. We really appreciate that over on our YouTube channel. Let's see here. Yes. I'll throw them up again if you missed it. Applejack, shout out to my brother Pasta, one of the best of the best. We had independent media. Please keep on keeping on, fam. Check out Truthwire. And guys, check out Truthwire. We were talking about the debate. We had a debate on the show last week. You guys can go. It's probably, I think it's the last live on there is me taking on Fee and Craig. It was a 2-on-1, and we're talking about Charlie Kirk. So go check that out. It was a very interesting episode, and they're planning to do another one, I believe, either tomorrow or Friday or both. So check that out. And yes, thank you, Applejack. Yes, turning points confirmed. Candace Owens texts are real, absolutely real. Thank you for that, Applejack. I know there was one more that I missed earlier, so we're going to do that one. Let's see. Oh, yes, here we go. Matt, you have to have me on to debate pasta on this. Yeah, you know what? I could use some backup. Sometimes I feel like I'm on my own here, but I do read your guys' comments, and I have to say, I have to say this. I appreciate all your guys' feedback during that debate. It actually kept me going. I never gave a shout out to you guys because I was the guest. Well, guest co-host. I guess you call guest host, guest co-host on Truthwire. We were double streaming it on Homeless Left, but the show was Truthwire. So it wasn't my show. I was just guesting. But I had the comments up. I could see them. And it definitely helped me. It kept me cool throughout because you guys were writing some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I felt like you had my back. But yeah, I'm open to discuss. Applejack. Okay. Let's see if there were any other super chat. Of course, we got some here. Here we go. From my, can the alleged weapon used have had a frangible bullet? That's possible. Again, this is about what actually happened. We talk about magic bullet. Charlie Kirk was Superman according to the coroner. So we're calling this magic bullet 2.0. Of course, we got to look at the bullet itself. We have to look at everything. We have to look at the security in place. We got to look at the sweeping of evidence immediately. We have to look at all the hand signals. We have to look at all the different angles. We have to look at the thing on that might have detonated. The microphone that might have detonated on his shirt. We have to look at the trap door. We have to look at the unmarked car that he was quickly brought into. We have to look at the communication Netanyahu had with the security team. We have to look at all the communication Charlie Kirk had before the incident and saying he thinks Israel's going to kill him. We have to look at the way the FBI behaved and the fake guy that said, I'm the one that did it. And we saw his history. And we have to look at this text message change. There's so much we have to look at. There's so much. And we're not going to close any door at all. And we appreciate anybody like Candace Owen doing real homework on this, real investigation, because that's more than I could say for the likes of Cash Patel. I should say Cash Sweating Bullets Patel, as we call him. Well, that's my new name for him. Okay, let's see if we have any other super chats or Rumble rant. You guys go to the front of the line. Oh, here we go. We have Lau and Z. To me, it's obvious Trump's mind is degraded a lot. Thank you for that. And thanks for the super chat. Yeah, he looked a little worn out in that clip that Craig played with Garland. Little worn out. He looked like he's saying, yeah, we're going to take it to the streets. We're going to punish the American people in democratic cities. But he looked a little tired, a little worn out to me. So yeah, I absolutely agree. He might be losing it. I don't think losing it like Biden-ish. Biden losing it was like, come on, guys, you saw the feet. He was like doing this. And where do I go? Where do I go? Trump might just be wearing down because who knows? Maybe it's the pressure of his Israel handlers. Who knows? He might be coming to the end of his rope, but it's nothing like Biden losing his mental capacity in real time, which we watched happen in real time. It was fairly rapid, actually. I don't think with Biden it was so. They say it was slow, but it was kind of quick. You can see a massive difference between 2019 when it started, and he getting elected in 2020, swearing in 2021. By the time he was gone, I mean that was a 3 years between 2021 2024. I mean, it was a massive decline, I think, in those 3 years. That's my memory of it. Unless I'm losing my memory, I don't know. Okay, let's see if we have any more of the super chats going on, guys. Super chats going on. Another one from Applejack. Much appreciated. U.S. can't be fixed. You have to tear it down. Thank you for that, Applejack. Really appreciate it. Yeah, tear it down. Tear it down. What else can we do? We tried fixing it from the inside. We tried Obama. We tried Bernie. They're trying Trump right now. I don't want to say we because we didn't try. I mean, I didn't think it'd be this bad this quickly, but there've been many attempts at fixing it from the inside. Doesn't seem like it's a thing. That's not really a thing. I think we need to let that idea go that we're going to fix anything from the inside. It just doesn't. It's not really a thing. It's not really a thing. Let's see. I think I just want to be sure here. I think we might have done all of the super chats. Man, oh man. Oh, look at this. Wandy USA member for 3 months. I don't know. That could be on the Pasta to Go channel. Or the Truthwire channel. I don't know if that's. It might be multi-streaming over there. I don't know if you're a member of 3 months with us, but you're welcome to sign up for the Homeless Left. THL presents. You can start your 3 months with us as well. But thank you for being a member for 3 months. Really appreciate it. Regardless of which channel you're a member of, we appreciate you, Wandy. Thank you so much. Okay, well, let's see. Let me check Rumble real quick and make sure if we have any Rumble rants on our Rumble channel, the Homeless Left on Rumble. You'll go right to the front of the line. I'm just double checking here. I don't think we have any, but if they come up, I'll keep an eye on it. We do have a ton of comments, so I'm not going to be able to get through everything, guys, but let me see what I can do here, and we still have a couple more segments to get to. So let's see. Here we go. I'm just going to take it from the top here. Oh man, we just didn't star any of these. Okay, that's okay. Let's see. Let's give it a try. Okay. Zootzilla, thank you for tuning in. Free Palestine. No peace on occupied land. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Of course, Fred Edward. Free Palestine. Thank you, Fred. Hello, wish it go. Hello, comrades. Thank you. We got a lot of Free Palestine today. Thank you, Airways. And there's Leslie, Free Palestine. Yes. Thank you, Leslie. And I already told everybody that we're taking Thursday for our 1-year anniversary. So we'll be off Thursday. You guys will check us back here a week from today, next Tuesday. I heard it was Charlie Kirk Day or something, October 14th. We'll see how that goes. We'll have to dive into more Charlie Kirk. I think we're gonna have to do some of that next Tuesday. It's officially they declared it Charlie Kirk Day. Okay. What else we got here? Yo. Yeah, Fred. Yeah, sure. The Zionist pigs don't abuse anyone. For sure. Great question. Thank you, LT Oracle of Truth. Does Greta still believe in the climate hoax? That's an excellent question. I would love to ask her, but I can tell you this. We showed you guys how she's been abandoned by her friends of the establishment who are all about the climate change and, uplifting her. She was the voice. She was the mouthpiece. We got to do this now. We're at the point of no return. Al Gore, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure part of her is starting to doubt. I'm sure part of her is starting to say, wait a minute. Didn't I say some dates and some speeches like 12 years ago? Didn't I say something about by 2020, by 2025, all the polar ice cap? I must say, she might be second guessing this now. I mean, Obama didn't even give her an effing phone call. Obama didn't even give her a shout out. Obama didn't give her an effing tweet about, I hope you're okay, Greta, my old friend, my old climate friend. Yeah, I think Greta might be doubting a little bit of what she did when she was a child, because she was a child. Make no mistake, she was a child then. She's an adult now, but she was a child then. So I say we all kind of go through little changes when we grow up, don't we? I think we all do. And yes, you're right. Airways, Trump communicates like a fifth grader. So true. So true. Yeah. Oh, we have Rachel Mellon. Hey, Palestine will be free. Thank you so much. Leslie, shut up, Donald. Love it. Love it. And yeah, why aren't people more angry? Thank you for that, Leslie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Yes. Oh, Wishigo, our local comrade, Sajjad Hussein was released by the IOF and got back to the UK on Sunday. Excellent news. Excellent news. I'm assuming Sihad was part of that flotilla and was able to make it back to the UK. Great news. Great to hear. We are absolutely, I have to say personally, to be part of that must have been an incredible experience, to say the least. Such a moving, emotional, intense, dangerous, all those feelings. But just to know anybody that was part of that, we tip our hat to you here at the Homeless Left. Incredible. Okay. Here's another question about Charlie. Was he killed or was it a fake? Not ruling it out. And yes, Rushigo, yes, the texts have been concerned. I don't know why Craig was so hell-bent on saying that we don't know anything about those texts. I think there's a issue with Candace. I know Fee had an issue with a lot of the people supporting Charlie, especially people like Candace who were quote unquote friends of Charlie. You know what? We have to put those emotions aside sometimes and just look at the facts. These were the text messages. They exist. And we need to consider them when we're trying to analyze and investigate what happened. We have to. We cannot be dismissive. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we should go. Today marks the second anniversary of the Hannibal Directive. Yes. Thank you for calling that out. Released sausages. That's funny. Yes, and today we do remember the victims of the HD, of the Hannibal Directive. Thank you, Ed Rams. Thank you. Much appreciated. What else we got here? Oh, all sentient beings. Thanks for tuning in. Question about October 7th. Is it okay to question? I think it all goes back to the is not real place. I'm missing the English on that, but yes, we should always be able to ask questions. Thank you for that, all sentient beings. Yes, and this is important, Applejack. I think many have also added that it was the U.S. and Israel showing that the FBI is ignoring the evidence, which it absolutely is. Yep. Okay. I got to skip ahead a little. I'll try to put a few more up near the end of the show. Okay. Jokers for you. Thanks for tuning in. After World War II, the world has been dominated by the U.S. military empire, of which Zionism, Camp Israel, is only a part of, not the other way around. This is critical to understand. Totally get your point. That camp, you're saying that Israel is part of it. And, you know, a lot of this comes back to semantics. When we talk about the relationships and who's calling the shots, they're all in on it. Can we start with that? They're all in on it together. And we're not in the club, as George Carlin said. We're not in the club. It's one big club and you ain't in it. Well, they're all in one big club. So we can start with that. And we can see how it's shifted over the years. We know that, for example, the UK was the biggest pusher of establishing the Israel state. Now, the U.S. is the one responsible for funding it now, even though it was the British banks that initially put the Balfour Declaration together and illegally bought the land for the British government to own, but way before World War II. way before World War I, all this was put into place. So over time, the power dynamics do shift. And it's okay. We recognize the different people in play. It's never just one element. It's never just one. And I hope I made that clear to Craig, that we're not just saying, okay, I'm all in on Israel. Well, I'm all in on Tyler Robinson. Well, I'm all in on U.S. government. Why? No, we're looking at all the factors in play. And the one thing I think all reasonable people can agree that the FBI is lying to us about something. Can we start with that? And then we'll look at all the different people and entities in place, and then who's calling the shots from there. Multiple people can be calling shots as well. Okay. Let's see what else. Blake asks, all the coolest gay dudes on the entire internet in one place right here. I hope you're joking. But we are cool. I don't know if we're gay. We're still trying to figure that part out. But we're definitely cool. Thanks, Blake. Yes, wish to go. Mossad plus CIA equals 9/11. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Okay. Let's see. People saying hi to Garland when he came on. Let's see what else. Oh, yes, of course. Garland is the best. Thank you, Eduardo. Very cool of you. Let's see here. Yes, and it is AIPAC versus we the people. That is what it is. They're against us. We are the people. That's a nice third party, by the way. You should look up We the People if you guys haven't heard of it. We the People is a new party. And they're doing some great work. You guys should look at it. But yes, I know the reference. Harry Hankerin, thank you so much for the comment. Let's see what else we got here. We got a bunch here. I don't know if I can get to everything. Sorry, guys, if I skip over you. Yeah, Man of Steel. Thanks for that, Cam. 35 millimeter. That's right. Charlie Kirk is the Man of Steel. Absolutely. Yes, and thank you, child of God. The official story is it's always this, by the way. The official story is always this. We'll tell you whatever we want, and you're not going to do anything about it. That's pretty much it. Okay, what else we got here? Yes, Airways, I stand by. The FBI as an agency is corrupt. And you know who shined a big light on that was Garland Nixon. He said he's worked in his career. Garland Nixon worked with the FBI. He said they're absolutely corrupt. If you buy the line of garbage that they are just incompetent or sloppy, you're falling for the psyop. They want you to think that they're incompetent or sloppy. That's what they want. And by the way, Congress wants us to think that too about them. And we all grew up thinking, oh, Congress, they're lazy, they're sloppy, they can't get along. They want that. They don't care about low approval ratings. Did you guys know that? They don't actually care about low approval ratings because they know that those low approval ratings are based on enough people thinking that they're just kind of bad or lazy at their job, which is good for them. Because if we think that, then we won't have any reason to suspect that they're intentionally sabotaging us, intentionally protecting people in power, intentionally lying to us. They don't want us to think those things. So the best way to do that is to make us think that they suck at what they do. And then we can just give them their low approval ratings and continue to vote them back in, blah, 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 because they all suck, right? No, they're doing exactly the job they were hired to do. And that is to fool us. That is the job. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, yeah, so much here, guys. Thank you for all of the engagement today, guys. Really, really appreciate it. I'm cutting ahead here. Let's see. Oh yeah, no. Okay, as I lay dying, the same weirdos who believe that Israel did 9/11 also believe Israel killed Charlie Kirk. The same weirdos. Yeah. Well, I guess by weirdos, I'm assuming you mean people that look into stuff, I guess. People who are not afraid to be called names like conspiracy theorists. I've never heard anyone just say Israel did 9/11. Anybody who says it, they looked into something. And I'll tell you why, because I don't remember one person saying it when it happened. Nobody said it. The reason more people are saying it about Charlie Kirk sooner is that we're getting better at being curious early. That's the only difference. It's not because, oh, we just want to believe it's Israel and be done with it. People are looking at stuff. They're just quicker on the dial now. They're quicker. Back in 2001, you didn't really see people be that quick. It took a couple years for Jason Burmis and his group. You guys know, friend of the show, Jason Burmis. He did the Loose Change movie, and that took a couple years to make that film. And they never even mention Israel. They're just talking about the things in the stories that look like they're holes, and then we have questions. Good place to start. But it took years. We knew the paper trail was there. We knew people were making money off of put options. We knew about Silverstein, the luckiest man in the world that owned the Twin Towers. We still weren't connecting it to Israel. We were just connecting it to corruption. We were connecting Halliburton, war contracts in Iraq. So we knew all that, but it took a long time. So no, I said the same people. I take that as a compliment. I take that as a compliment. The same people that concluded, after years, concluded that 9/11 was done by Israel are, yes, the same people that are suspicious of Israel now. Yes, that's a good thing, being suspicious and looking into things. It's a good thing. It's a good trait to have. Okay. What else we got here? Oh yeah, this is the Smith-Mundt Monetization Act that Garland Nixon had mentioned during our discussion. It funded and authorized U.S. State Department domestic propaganda. Exactly. Thanks for that, Airways. That was the reference in the discussion. Very cool. Let's see. Let's do like 3 more, and we'll come back to some of these. We'll come back to some of these later on. Okay. What do I have here? Oh, we have a Twitter watcher. Cynic Girl. This is a family show, Garland. Thank you for that. Love it. Coming to us from all places. We love it. Okay. Couple more here. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Naybones. Happy anniversary to me and Leslie. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. That will be this weekend. Yes. Yes, Jokers, for you. It is an inalienable human right to protest. Well said. Well said. Thank you so much. We'll do a couple more. And then we'll do the rest later. Okay. Ping one, Israel is America, folks. Wake up. Okay, we're gonna pause it there on Talking Back. I'll try to get a few more up at the end, but we got a few more segments to get to, guys. So stick with us. That's Talking Back with Matt, and we'll be right back with what do we got coming up? We got 2 more segments for you guys. We got Chelsea Clinton's new pharma podcast. We'll be showing you that, and we got a loudest voice of the week. You guys are gonna probably want to see this one. Okay, we'll be right back with We Know What It's Not and the loudest voice. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in just a few.
that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They'll be back with their assessment very soon, any day now, any week now. They're going to tell us what happened. But the rest of us are very confused why all these medical emergencies are happening. What's going on? Why all of a sudden collapsing? Why all the unexplained medical problems, health problems? We have no idea what's going on. But like I said, the doctors will be back with their diagnosis any day now. But what they can tell us right now in advance, 100%, no questions asked, they can tell us that they know what it's not. Today, we're going to look at a new podcast has debuted, or it's debuting. And it's our good friend of the show, Chelsea Clinton. Just kidding. She ain't no friend of our show. You guys know that. Chelsea Clinton has a new, we're calling it a big pharma podcast. That's correct. You heard me correctly. It's a big pharma podcast brought to you by Chelsea Clinton. Actually, she wants to go by Dr. Clinton now. I'm not kidding you. She wants to go by Dr. Clinton. Let's look at the story. Chelsea Clinton launches podcast aimed at debunking health misinformation. Since that's what we need right now. We need some health misinformation, top-down propaganda to tell us not to look into things. Okay. Chelsea Clinton has launched a new podcast. She says it's based on debunking health misinformation. In an X post Wednesday, Clinton shared the link to That Can't Be True. That's the name, guys. That Can't Be True with Chelsea Clinton, along with a caption introducing the show. How many of us have looked at the latest headlines and thought, that can't be true? Starting tomorrow, I hope you will join me and a series of experts on my new podcast, That Can't Be True. Together, we will sort fact from fiction, especially on issues impacting our health. Oh, wow. I cannot wait for this one. The show description says, things are getting weird in the world of public health. Child vaccines are suddenly up for debate. Fluoride is being described as industrial waste, and it feels like everyone is talking about raw milk. We need to stop the conversations. Come on, Chelsea, help us stop the dangerous conversations. Okay, navigate this chaotic time with a public health expert, Dr. Chelsea Clinton, who every week talks to doctors, dietitians, parenting experts, and more to expose pseudoscience and help us sort fact from fiction. Disclaimer, Clinton is not a medical doctor. According to the Clinton Foundation, Clinton holds a doctorate in international relations from Oxford University and a master's degree in public health from Columbia University. So she's not a doctor, but she would like to be called one. Oh, how cute. She identifies as a doctor. Okay, the podcast is widely being viewed as a rebuke of the Make America Healthy Again movement. So it's anti-MAHA, basically. MAHA proponent and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has faced scrutiny from Democratic lawmakers. I don't know why. He's doing everything they want. By the way, he's not actually doing anything. He's fired a few people and lifted mandates, moved some money around, changed the recommendations, but you still got your drugs, guys. You still got your mRNA. You still got it's all there. Okay, just to let you know, nothing to be angry about, but they are furious. Democratic lawmakers are furious in recent weeks over his vaccine skepticism and his overhaul of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Callie Means, who we've looked into, Callie Means can be right about some stuff, but doesn't want to take mRNA off the shelf just yet. But okay, but Callie Means, a top RFK ally, promoter of wellness alternatives, great, criticized the podcast on X, saying that Clinton was essentially agreeing with Kennedy's belief that the country is too sick. Because we're not sick? Are we healthy? Is that what's going on? Well, Callie says this. Just listen to Chelsea Clinton's anti-MAHA podcast. He wrote, the argument of the episode is RFK is right that we're disastrously sick, but it's dangerous to question the status quo. In other words, we need to just stay sick, shut up, get in line, eat your crap, take your shots, and keep your effing mouth shut. That seems to be the big takeaway. Well, let's listen to a little clip from Chelsea's new show. This was going around this week on Twitter. If you haven't heard it, check it out.
I think we spend so much time, understandably, focused on the mRNA vaccines and technologies. I spend a lot of time thinking about the really unfortunate, to try to use a not too judgmental word, kind of rise in not only kind of vaccine hesitancy and questioning, but outright kind of rejection of vaccines and of kind of science and the scientific kind of process, and also too often on our scientists, our epidemiologists, our frontline healthcare workers. And so I do think we need to have a much more robust conversation and sense of urgency, because I think we are less prepared today than we were arguably in January of 2020, partly.
We are less prepared because people are more skeptical, as they should be, and they're not so easily controlled. So we're less prepared to control the masses as easily as we were able to do 5 years ago. That's a good point, Chelsea. Thanks for pointing that out. Go on.
Because of the kind of lack of trust and confidence in not only our scientists, but in science itself, and certainly in the public health professionals. And so I think we need kind of the public sector to hopefully stop doing things like stripping away public health emergency powers from state public health agencies. But we also need the private sector to help, candidly, like do a better job of helping explain kind of the science that you are already commercializing and bringing to market, but also what you're working on, and help us kind of in the broader conversation not be uncomfortable with the discomfort of uncertainty. And so I do think we need really good ideas for how best to do that, because we all deserve to hopefully not be as unprepared as I worry we are at the moment. And the last thing I'll say is a new effort that we're a part of is the new initiative launched by the World Health Organization last week to try to catch kids up on their routine immunizations.
The WHO, who I work with closely, they are pushing a new aggressive policy of trying to catch kids up on all their drugs. We got to give them their drug. We got to give them their drugs. They got to have their drugs. Drugs. So we're doing that. That's great. That's great.
In 2021 alone, more than 25 million kids under the age of 1 missed at least one routine immunization. And so we're working with WHO and the Gates Foundation and others to hopefully.
Working with Gates too, because Gates is one of those stand-up guys. That's good. Good for you, Chelsea. You've really surrendered yourself with really good, honest people.
They have the largest kind of childhood immunization effort ever over the next 18 months to catch as many kids up as possible.
Yeah.
Because no one should die of polio or measles or pneumonia, including in this country where we also need people to be vaccinating their kids.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, God. Good. You're doing such good work for pharma there. Let's see how people responded. I'm really interested in the response to the announcement of this podcast, and some people have gotten an early listen to the entire thing. I think that was enough. And to be clear, I do think that was a promo for the podcast. So I don't think I want to correct that. I don't think that was the actual podcast. That looked like she was being interviewed about the podcast. You had the live audience just cheering along for the Bill Gates and the WHO alliance that she has. Well, Chelsea Clinton has been slammed on social media after launching her public podcast. And there's Callie Means telling us that it is an anti-Maha podcast. The argument is that we said earlier, that yes, RFK is saying we're sick, but you're not allowed to question the status quo. So Chelsea has discredited Big Food spokesperson on to discuss how it is adequate and dangerous to suggest it's better for mothers to raise their infants instead of daycare, how baby formula is better than breast. So she's there to discredit these claims. That's the point. You have a big food person come on and you say, don't listen to that idea that mothers could raise their infants instead of daycare. Don't listen to the fact that breast milk could be better than baby formula. Okay. And the seed oils. Oh, there we go. How seed oils are healthy for babies. And it's dangerous to ask questions. What? Wake up, America. Chelsea Clinton, who is now demanding to be called Dr. Chelsea Clinton, says she's working with the WHO and the Gates Foundation on the largest child immunization effort ever. We need people to be vaccinating their kids. That's what she effing said. That's exactly what she just said. And then she got a round of applause for it. Wake Up Patriot says Doge confirms that USAID gave Chelsea Clinton a grant of $82 million through the Clinton Global Initiative, $3 million of which were spent on her wedding and another $11 million on a mansion. No income tax was paid on any of this money. And we know the wedding. Guess who attended the wedding? Ghislaine Maxwell. We know that happened. I don't have the picture right here, but we know friends of friends are all friends. They're all friends. They all hang out. They're all cool. What list? What list? Who knows? Maybe there's no list. Maybe there's no list at all. Now, all of that is happening on the back end of this horrible moment in Maha, where we know that this $70 billion deal went down with Pfizer, and a lot of people are furious. Some people are deflecting. They're saying, oh, well, Trump's big on, he's just trying to make an investment opportunity, lower drug prices, but he is working with Alfred Borda, one of the biggest murderers of people during the COVID pandemic. We're talking about him knowing very, very clearly knowing that his product was hurting people, trying to keep the side effects secret for 75 years, that he failed on that. So we have the list. It's a long list. We also know that he went around and lied about it being 100% effective. So we know all that. We know all that. But let's remind ourselves why this isn't just fun and games. These are people's lives that we're talking about. And Chelsea Clinton getting those applauds and, high-fiving Trump for this deal with Pfizer with people that are while people are being murdered and their lives are being lost. It's still happening today. This is one of the most loudest responses I saw from an actual mother after hearing about that deal go down. Pfizer murdered my 18-year-old daughter. mRNA batch FN 2908. By the way, if you guys want to know your batch numbers, you can go to findmybatch.com and you can type in your batch number from your Vax card and you'll find out how bad your batch is. How bad is my batch? Oh yeah, that's what it is. I'm sorry. Not find my batch. It's how bad is my batch.com. How bad is my batch? Type in your number. Unfortunately, Alan Martin's daughter, 18-year-old daughter, got from this batch FN 2908 on November 9th, 2022. Trump just awarded Pfizer $70 billion contract. Let's be clear, the contract means Pfizer gets the privilege of investing, just like Bill Gates did with mRNA. Pfizer gets to invest $70 billion and make a ton of money off of this new plan, the Trump RX plan. And he gets it's a perfect cover for the mRNA to murder more people with your products, because you've been murdering people well before COVID, by the way. Pfizer is the most guilty, corrupted corporation we've ever had in the history of our country. They've paid off more money for damages than any other country, any other corporation ever, not just in pharma, any corporation. Pfizer has paid off the most in death and damages in lawsuits, the most by far. So of course, murdering more people. And when Alan Martin is talking about the man standing behind him today, shook my hand and promised to make them pay. That's Kennedy. Kennedy's standing right behind Albert Borda. Here I am still trying to pay off her funeral. I don't need 70 billion. I only need about 4,000 so she can have a fucking headstone. So no, Albert Borda should not be investing 70 billion into Trump RX. He should be giving out, paying for funeral costs is what he should be doing. And this person, this parent, only needs about $4,000. That's all he's asking for. They murdered her, and now they're leaders and great people. Fuck you. The gaslighting is too much. I can't fucking take it anymore. So that's what we're talking about here. And there she is. There is his daughter. And there's a picture of RFK Jr. just earlier this year standing with the parents who looked them in the eye and said, I will help you bring justice. I will make them pay. And they're not paying. They're investing, but they ain't paying. Time for the next investment, right? So this isn't fun and games. The Chelsea podcast. This isn't like, oh, look at all the money you embezzled in your parents' Clinton Foundation and your wedding and Jolene Maxwell and ha ha ha. We're gonna show those anti-vaxxers something. These are real people and their real lives. So we're gonna end this segment today with a little died suddenly, since this is, we know what it's not. This is, I just want to forewarn everyone, and for our algorithm on YouTube, this is completely unrelated. I'm just reporting these stories, isolated incidents. They have nothing to do with anything else. I'm not suggesting anything other than reporting that these people are no longer alive. So let's go to free these up. Here we go. Okay, first one up. Cherris, Texas high school football player dies at 15 after collapsing on sideline during game. An East Texas high school is mourning the loss of a teenage football player who collapsed on the sidelines during late September game and died a week later. The student, Daniel Rivera, died at 15. The school district said in a heartbreaking announcement on social media on Saturday, October 4th. Rivera had collapsed while on the sideline during his high school team's game on Friday, September 26th. The school district previously said Rivera, the 15-year-old boy who was not playing in that game, collapsed due to a medical emergency unrelated to the game. A joint statement from the school superintendent, Brian Atkin, and athletic director, Brett Radiff, said, well, that sucks. A medical emergency unrelated to the game. And that's that. That's that. Next. Cause of death for influencer Rolling Ray, 28, revealed. Oh, we're going to get some answers, because I think this happened a few weeks back or a month or two. But this is what I was talking about, guys. Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. Well, we got it back. The doctors have come back and they have an answer for us. Tell us what happened, doctors. The social media creator, who had hundreds of thousands of followers across Instagram and TikTok, first went viral during an appearance on the reality show Divorce Court. Ray, whose real name was Raymond Harper, died from natural causes. Thank you for putting the time and effort in, doctors, looking into it. And I guess it's natural causes is the way we're going with this one. Okay, great. That's a relief. I thought it was something else, but natural makes sense to me. Makes a lot of sense to me for a 28-year-old. Okay. His family shared with the Washington Post. Spokesperson for Maryland's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner previously confirmed to People that it received a report of the 28-year-old's content creator's death on September the 3rd. Well, I'm glad that case is solved, and we sewed it up. We tied it up with a bow, and we put it on the shelf. Next, Joshua Allen of SYTYCD dies at age 36. What happened to Joshua? So you think you can dance winner? Joshua Allen has died at age 36. The dance star's family confirmed he died on Wednesday, but did not share his cause of death. Why would they? Why would they share the cause of death? That's none of your business. That's none of your business. How dare you think about that? Think about all the ways you can die. And that's a better thought. You should be wanting people to think about your son, all the different horrible ways someone can die. Please don't tell us, because we don't want our imaginations to run wild. Alan won the 4th series of the U.S. dance competition show in 2008, clinching the $250,000 prize money for the flagship Fox series. Alan's family have told TMZ that they're asking for fans for privacy and prayers in the wake of his death. So privacy, i.e., we don't have to tell you shit. Prayers, pray for our situation, even though we're not telling you what our situation is. Was it a car accident? Was it a gunshot? Did he choke on some food while at a restaurant? Did he accidentally fall off a cliff? It's hard to know what we're praying for if you won't tell us the thing that you want to be private about. Interesting dilemma, kind of a conundrum, but okay, have it your way. He's your person, your family. You're the family. You can do what the hell you want, but just pointing those out, just pointing out that conundrum there that you kind of put out there. Privacy and prayers. Got it. Actor Michael Heslin's sudden passing at 35 leads husband to file wrongful death lawsuit. Oh, great. Finally, we have a wrongful death lawsuit being filed by a sudden passing at a healthy 35-year-old by the husband. Stick it to pharma. Stick it to pharma. Finally, somebody saying these jabs must have done something. They're furious and they want justice, and they're going to sue. Let's see what happened. The circumstances surrounding Michael Heslin's death have come under scrutiny a year after his passing. The actor, best known for Lioness in the Holiday Proposal Plan, died of a sudden heart attack while celebrating his birthday in Las Vegas. Okay, this is going to be good. You're going all out, going into the justice system. Michael Heslin's husband, Scotty Dynamo, has now filed the wrongful death suit, I'm assuming against Pfizer or Moderna, right? Who is alleging the restaurant. Wait, what? The restaurant staff. Wait, hold on. Wait. Whoa. The wrongful death lawsuit is against the restaurant staff? Huh. Well, maybe pharma is listed in there somewhere. The restaurant staff failed to provide life-saving aid and blocked attempts at CPR. Huh. Okay. So on September 18th, Heslin's husband, Scotty Dynamo, filed a wrongful death lawsuit alleging that the restaurant staff failed to provide life-saving aid and that tragedy was, so the tragedy was avoidable. According to the complaint, Heslin showed obvious signs of a medical emergency, yet employees did not summon help or use an on-site AED, which is said to have been available but never retrieved. Oh, so the wrongful death is that the restaurant didn't work hard and go into emergency mode, go into paramedic mode, because as we know, staffs at restaurants, waitresses and busboys are very well versed and trained in the art of paramedic work, and particularly CPR. You can't get a restaurant gig without CPR classes. Oh, wait, no, that's not actually a thing. Never mind. That's actually not a thing. Interesting that a lawsuit's being filed at the restaurant that the husband in his 30s had a heart attack for no reason. For no reason. A medical emergency in the restaurant, heart attack, drop dead, restaurant's fault. That's the extent of the lawsuit. Wow. Well, let's hope they get some sort of justice, because we know who's not going to be finger pointed at in this situation at all. We know who's not responsible, right? We know who it's not, right? Okay. Well, good luck in your lawsuit against the little restaurant cafe that you were at. I hope it goes well for all parties involved. Last one, guys. We'll do one more. Last one. Big Bang Theory and Grey's Anatomy actress dies at 52. That sucks. Those were good shows. Big Bang Theory was pretty good, actually. I never got into Grey's Anatomy. Kimberly Herbert Gregory, known for her roles in Big Bang, Vice Principals, Grey's Anatomy, dies at 52. Her death was announced by her ex-husband. There's the Instagram post, blah, blah, blah. So much more of an ex-wife. You're my friend, our son. The song we wrote together is the living echo of your light. Her cause of death has not been announced. And then there's the rest of her credits. Don't hold your breath, guys. We're not in a time anymore where causes of deaths are announced. If they're medical, they will tell you immediately if it's a suicide. They will tell you immediately if it was a car accident. They'll tell you immediately if it was a gunshot. They will tell you these things. When you see that the death has not been announced, the cause of death, we know we're in medical territory, right? Well, we'll end with this. I thought this tweet was interesting because I feel the same sentiment here at the Homeless Left. And we've been following Erin Elizabeth Health Nut News the entire time we've been doing our show. We appreciate all of her work. And Erin says, today when I reported about a Big Bang Theory star dying suddenly at barely 52, people hardly blink because they've seen so many actors, producers, journalists, athletes, etc., dying suddenly who are fully vaccinated. Now it barely gets a reaction, and the dominoes are falling. That's all I can say about that this week, guys. That's it. And they're going to keep coming. And I'm kind of at a standstill of how we can continue reporting on this. You know, when we started reporting on these, we put a few out there. And of course, you get the pushback of, oh, well, those are just a few. And that actually inspired me to want to keep doing this segment because just a few. You think we're cherry picking here? Every single day, these things come into my feed. People send these to me every single day. This is not how the world used to be. It's not. Don't forget that. Don't forget that young people didn't just drop dead in the middle of their sports games. Don't forget that journalists didn't just drop dead in the middle of their telecast. Don't forget actors, producers didn't just drop dead for no reason. Athletes, don't forget healthy, young athletes, professional athletes did not just drop dead on the soccer field. High school kids, college kids on the basketball court, on the football field. That wasn't a thing. And if it ever happened once in a very, very rare moon, they could tell you exactly what the diagnosis was. And it usually was something very, very rare. Very rare. Where you're like, oh, I've never heard of that. We've all heard of heart attacks. We've all heard of them. And I promise you, don't forget this part of your life it's going more distant into the past. There was a time when we didn't just drop dead from heart attacks. It wasn't a thing. That's not a thing. That was an elderly person with already having chronic heart problems, already had health issues, already was obese, already had problems. These aren't athletes. It's not a thing. There's a very rare thing. Now it's all the time. Anyways, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here, but hey, someone's got to be the bearer of bad news sometimes, and we're gonna keep doing we know what it's not, especially when you have people like Hillary Clinton's daughter starting podcasts with her multi-million-dollar, access to wealth. She doesn't know what to do with her money, so she starts a podcast to promote more big pharma, more scamming our children and our families, more pressuring and tricking and propagandizing them into taking more shots and more bad food and more shut up and get in line, take your medicine for the day, keep your mouth shut. Yeah, our country is unhealthy. Yeah, we're full of sick and overweight people. But what are you going to do? Complain about it? That's not healthy. Don't talk about it. Just get back in line. Do your thing. Shut up. Just shut up. And that's, another episode of We Know What It's Not. Okay. Let's set up the last segment, guys. This is a good show today. I promise. You know what? I see more comments from you guys. I'm going to go ahead and play. I'll put up a few more before we end, but we got one last segment for you guys. I'm going to jump right into it. This before we go, and we're going to be breaking for Thursday, so we're going to be off for a week. We'll see you guys back here next Thursday, but there is one more story I want to cover with you guys before we sign off. This is important. I'm glad we're doing this one last because I know this actually came up earlier in the show. So I'm just setting it up right now. Give me 1 second here. I got this. Okay. I think we're ready to go here for our final segment of the day. All right, let's do it. It's time for, you guys know what it's time for. And we usually do this segment on Thursdays, but since we're not going to be here Thursday, this will end out. This will bookend the week this week. Shorter week for us this week. Shorter week. And then we'll see you back here Tuesday. Okay, here we go. Loudest voice of the week. Let's do it. Today's loudest voice of the week. We're taking a dark turn this time. Unfortunately, nobody to celebrate, nobody to cheer on, nobody to get inspired by, nobody to get the message out. This week, unfortunately, we're going to highlight somebody who was so loud, unknowingly, at the time at least, unknowingly exposes himself at being the sick and twisted Zionist POS that we always suspected him and knowed him to be. We knew him to be this horrible person in a position of media power. And he went ahead and shot himself in the foot in a very loud way. And I'm talking about none other than Van Jones and his recent appearance on Bill Maher. Let's look at the clip that will never go away as long as Van Jones is in the public spotlight. He will have to carry this around with him forever. Take it away, Van. Tell us what you think about Gaza and specifically Gaza babies getting blown up. Tell us how you really feel. We're listening. Take it away, Van.
Isn't part of that because we had to fold everything into critical race theory, and somehow the Middle East became part of,
I see it differently, and I love this conversation because I think people, those of us who went to college, give a lot more credit to college courses for how the world works than I do. This is not about critical race theory on college campuses. This is about Iran. Iran and Qatar have come up with a disinformation campaign that they are running through TikTok and Instagram that is massive. If you are a young person, you open up your phone and all you see is dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, right. Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Like, that's basically your whole feed. So that's not DEI. That is a geopolitical adversary that is deliberately trying to divide the West against itself.
That view is not.
Oh yeah, and make no mistake, he got plenty of pushback, and we're gonna get to that in a second. But before I go to the pushback, make a mental note of who is there with him in that room, besides Bill Maher, the atheist Zionist himself, Bill Maher. The Islamophobic atheist Bill Maher, Zionist Bill Maher, hosting this show. He's doing what he does every week. And then sitting next to Van Jones is Thomas Friedman of the New York Times, who has made a lot of money for writing garbage articles for the prestigious New York Times. And he's laughing right along. And guess who else is laughing? The entire audience is laughing too. So let's not forget who's in the room with Van Jones while he's exposing himself very boldly, very loudly of what type of person he is. Now, let's get to some of the pushback. Here we go. There we go. Okay. This clip will follow Van Jones for the rest of his miserable, fraudulent life. That's from 99%. Johnny Grays. Atomy Media says, this is the end of your career, Van. Millions of people will see this and hate you, and you'll deserve it. You're now the dead Gaza baby joke guy. No matter where you go or what you do, this will follow you. You will never live this down. Scumbag. Well said. Well, let's see who else responded here. Well, go down to the bottom here. Dr. Omar Suleiman says, truly disgraceful and vile, Van. I'm sorry, dead Gaza babies bother you so much. Maybe tell the people paying you to put lipstick on a genocide and stop killing them. Van Jones has to respond. Now look at this. This is October 5th. Right, 12:30 a.m. 12:30 a.m. Let's see Van Jones responding to this, because he's like, I'm seeing. You can imagine the guy scrolling. He's going, it's not looking good. I better respond. I messed up on this one. And I'm sorry. I was trying to raise awareness about foreign adversaries creating chaos online, which is, oh, you mean Israel? What are you talking about? Oh, adversaries. That's right. Israel's our friend. No, they're actually our adversaries. So this actually would be accurate for Israel, but we don't recognize them as our adversaries, but they certainly don't work in our interest. Anyways, which is undermining democracy everywhere. But what I said was easily misunderstood. Oh, we just misunderstood it, Van. Our bad. And the way I said it was flat out insensitive. So if you just said it better, not as a joke, just as a fact, that would have been better. Yeah. Your delivery was bad, not your intention, just your delivery. Got it. Babies are dying every day in Gaza. Nobody should dispute that fact or make light of it in any way. Well, you did. To the people living in fear and burying family members every day of all ages, I apologize. Well, let's see how people take your apology. I can't wait. Here we go. Well, Boots Riley says it wasn't misunderstood. You are putting forward on the show, and now that people seeing images of a genocide by Israel and that U.S. is enabling is disinformation by Iran and Qatar. That's exactly what you're doing. You are purposely associating pictures of dead babies with disinformation. There's no way around it. That's what you're doing. And you remember I mentioned Bill Maher is sitting there, the audience is sitting there, Thomas Friedman, New York Times is sitting there, and it doesn't cross their minds that maybe one of them, and I say one of them like the audience, somebody should have booed. That would have been awesome. But Thomas Friedman, Bill, they didn't think maybe we should go, oh, wait, hold on a second. Not all like it should have been a whoa moment, but instead they're laughing along. And as Boots Riley says, one of the most heinous atrocities in our lifetime, and you are providing cover for it. Exactly. Van Jones has to double down and do another apology. This is now in the middle of the morning. He can't go to sleep. You see, I can't go to sleep. I made a comment on Real Time with Bill Maher about the war in Gaza that was insensitive and hurtful. I apologize. So he has to apologize again. The suffering of the people of Gaza, especially the children, is not a punchline. I'm deeply sorry it came across that way. What's happening to children in Gaza is heartbreaking. As a father, I can't begin to imagine the pain their parents are enduring, unable to protect their kids from imaginable harm. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, that's going to make up for it. Yeah, thanks for reading that off a card or typing it off of an email somebody sent you that says, hey, Van, maybe you might want to tweet something like this. So nice cut and paste job there, Van. I'm praying and working for an immediate end of this war. Well, you're wrong again. It's not a war. It's an illegal occupation. One side has all the military and arms and media, and the other side doesn't have any of those things. So they don't have an army. They don't have a state. They're technically, you're not in a war when you're being held captive. You're being held prisoner. You're being held in an open air prison. That's what it is. That's what Gaza is. So don't tell me that this is a war. It's not a war. It's a genocide, period. And for peace and safety and for every family member caught in its path, I'm truly sorry for the pain my words caused to people who are already suffering more than anyone should. So again, nice cut and paste job, Van Jones. Well, guess who else chimed in? Miss Rachel herself. Take it away, Miss Rachel. How can anyone joke about a parent losing their baby? They aren't dead Gaza baby. Dead Gaza baby. They have names. They have families. Families who are devastated and grieving. They loved peekaboo and crawled to their mommies and daddies with big gummy smiles. They were their parents' hearts beating outside of their chests. Hard to beat that, but I'll read two more and we'll close this up. Nathan J. Robinson says, notice that Van Jones apologizes for insensitivity, but believes people misunderstood him. He appears to stand by his belief that we are seeing dead Palestinian babies on social media as part of a campaign of foreign adversaries, and not because people are upset by genocide. Van, sorry, but this doesn't cut it. This is from Trita Parsi. You apologize for the most morally repulsive part of your comment. That's the laughing part, Van. The laughing about the dead babies. You apologize for that, the presentation of it. Yet, you doubled down on the politically most consequential part, the foreign influence allegation. And what you're doing there, Van, is you're insinuating that the people that are upset and in the streets and rooting on the flotilla and the workers in Spain and Italy that are dock workers that are stopping production, stopping the flow to Israel, you're insinuating that they're confused by propaganda, that seeing the dead babies isn't enough. So you are challenging what it means to be human. And any Zionist that is behaving this way, like Van Jones, he is a Zionist. Make no mistake about it. He's a 100% Zionist. And that could mean somebody captured, whether believing it in their actual mind or captured by blackmail or bribed. Either way, it doesn't matter. He wakes up in the morning and he works for his handlers to propagate this notion that the human species is not capable. We're not capable of being affected by this type of slaughter of innocent people. We don't have the capability to be actually affected by it. The only way to get us angry and upset is to confuse us with propaganda. That's what he doubles down on in this. And that's what pretty much every Zionist that deflects the movement of Gaza and the movement of the flotilla and the movement of the worldwide strikes and taking to the streets and the massive protests all around the entire globe and the workers' strike in Europe. This is the sentiment they have about humanity. This is how they feel about humanity. They feel that we do not have the capability to be human without being told or pressured or confused or tricked or pushed or bribed. That's the deflection part. That's the deflection part. You must be getting paid to do it. The only one they haven't used on us is the blackmail. That's the only one. They use the one we're stupid. We're either paid or stupid, misinformed, tricked, going along with the flow. Again, that's in the stupid mode. But however you look at it, the doubling down on the fact that human beings are incapable of feeling something without being told to is really is another massive problem of Zionism, besides the superiority complex, besides the right to land and the right to murder and kill and not have consequences for it. Besides all that, the way they look at humanity in general, that we do not have the capability of those things. That's really the saddest part of the whole thing. And this is why, even aside from Van Jones having to do damage control on himself with that very loud statement he made on Bill Maher, in the process of doing that damage control, he failed to see that part of the equation, as so well pointed out there at the end. And that's why Van Jones gets the loudest voice of the week. Okay, that's the show for today, guys. That is the show. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. We have a few more comments. I'm going to throw them up here at the I'm going to highlight them and throw them at the end. Really appreciate all you guys today. I want to give a big shout out to all the people that came on today. We had Garland Nixon, we had Craig Pasta Jardula, we had Tim Rivers. We covered a lot of stuff today. Appreciate all you guys' engagement on all of our platforms. Thank you so much for tuning in. You can catch the replay still up on Rumble. All of our replays are up there. We'll be throwing the segments up during the week, and we will be off on Thursday. So we'll see you guys next Tuesday. This has been a Remembrance Day. We celebrate October 7th is the day we remember the Hannibal Directive, which was given, which is really what today's about, and which is why we're in the predicament we're in right now. And we just need more people to be aware of it and to talk about it, and don't be afraid. Always act out of these things, guys. Always act out of courage and principle and conviction. It's very important that we apply these things every day, no matter who we're engaging with, no matter what the topic is. Try to be consistent with applying those principles, and try to re-engage with people who you might have cut off with. You might be able to do that with one of our segments or one of the things you saw today, and start the conversation again and say, hey, listen, we can all talk about this together. We can all agree on these things. We can all look at or re-look at something that we thought to be one thing, and now we can look at it with a new set of eyes, which is an amazing thing to have happen. It's an amazing experience to have when you go, oh, I didn't see it that way the first time. And that's what we're going for. And we're going for understanding. We're going for understanding of people that maybe we don't agree with and won't ever agree with, but we go for understanding. We hope they can understand us, and we can hope to understand them. What got them to where they are? What got us to where we are? And where are we going from here? So keep these questions. These are all great questions. Keep asking them. I've highlighted some of your comments. I'll throw them up at the end here. I'm going to leave you guys with an interesting one. This one is cool. This one is let's see. We have yeah. There's the notes. Okay. We will leave you with an indie journalist who's on TikTok, who knows that TikTok is being seized by Israel. It's bad, guys. It's really bad on TikTok. And if you're a voice for Palestine, if you're a voice challenging Israel, you're going to have a problem right now. And this indie journalist knows it. His name is Hunter Howell. I'm going to leave you with his little message on TikTok. It's pretty cool. Very good dude. I want to give a shout out to this guy, Hunter Howell, keeping it independent, keeping it, keeping it non-tribal, keeping it real. Free Palestine. That's what it is, guys. So remember, we'll see you guys on Tuesday. That's the show. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left. Non-tribal approach to news. Power to the people and free Palestine. We'll see you guys next week. Thanks. We're out.
Capitol building, and I need you to know something. Do not scroll. If you're a leftist, if you're a conservative, it doesn't fucking matter. My name is Hunter Howell, and I would never do anything to harm myself. I just need to tell you the truth in case something bad happens to me. I'm a person on the right side, the Republican side, so to speak, but you could consider me based because the United States is occupied by Israel politically. Now, obviously, Gaza and Palestine are occupied physically, and it's a lot worse for the people over there. But that will come to us too. Mark my words, this app has already been bought by Larry Ellison. They just bought CBS as well. And we don't have a lot of time to unite. which is why you need to get this video out and start loving your neighbors, start coming together, red and blue, purple revolution, right? Because pretty soon there won't be many people on this app like me that are able to criticize Israel, okay? We're next. And if we don't make a stand now, together, united, strong, in numbers, then we're cooked. But I believe that we can fight back and win. Let me know your thoughts. Send them love.